Steve. Good evening. Happy New Year.
Hey, Zach. Happy New Year.
Hey, Denise. Happy New Year.
I think it's the same old year. It's not a new year. Feels like it's been recycled again.
The old boss, same as the
The same CNN news every time.
Do you actually watch CNN?
Constant.
Oh, I refuse. I cannot turn it on.
I do split screen with CNN and Fox, and then I figure I
That's
get
okay.
the average news.
That's good.
A man walks into a bar.
And says, "Boy, I'm glad that meeting's over."
Is that on the record?
No, we are not in session, nor are all the mics on.
It's actually 7:03, so
Is that the late?
We've been told we need.
it would be nice.
Yeah, usually I'll read.
Every little bit, because I don't know. Everybody else knows this stuff. What? The mics aren't making any sense. Oh, no, they are.
Okay, so agenda. On the floor, agenda.
So the Planning Commission meeting for January 9th, 2017 is called to order. Happy New Year to everyone. Many familiar faces out there. And this actually is my last evening with you as Planning Commissioner. So my duty for the evening is to preside over the election of the chair and vice chairs for the Planning Commission for the coming year. So
I'm sure they'd be willing to forego any office positions until the following meeting, so you can chair your very last meeting.
No. We need to get directly to that.
He wants out of here.
order.
There's a football game on. He's got to get home.
That's right. We got to get this done with. So I would entertain a motion to nominate someone for the chair. But before I do that, I just would caution you that the position of chair bears the responsibility of summing up all the conversation and deliberations at the end, and so I caution you about that. So I would entertain a motion for nomination for chair.
And I could provide a little bit more detail for you that it's a one-year term, and so we'll do the chair and the vice chair.
Well, I would nominate Mr. Maybe to my right here.
Declined.
I nominate Denise McGriff.
Seconded. Move and close the.
Are there any other nominations?
Call the
Well,
question.
I don't think he can decline, can he?
Wasn't seconded. Oh well. So call the question.
So it's been moved and seconded. Denise McGriff for chairperson.
Commissioner Guile.
Aye.
Commissioner McGriff.
No.
Commissioner Maybe.
Aye.
Commissioner Hankton. Commissioner Espy.
Aye.
Commissioner Mahoney.
Aye.
Chair Kidwell. Or Commissioner Kidwell.
Aye.
He is still the chair.
Not anymore.
Motion
Congratulations,
passes.
man.
Congratulations, Chair.
Oh, thank you
You're
so
Denise.
much.
You were the grand poobah.
Did the motion, there was a motion.
Yeah, we just voted.
And
Yeah.
I'll proceed with the nominations for vice chair.
I nominate Paul Espy.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any other nominations?
Second was Commissioner Hankton.
Yes.
Okay.
I nominate Damon.
Yes.
Have you paid all these people off?
Prior proper planning. No second motion dies.
Absent a
Call
second.
the question.
Okay, the motion second to nominate Commissioner Maybe for Vice Chair.
Nope,
She-
no
No.
Commissioner
second.
Espy.
Commissioner
Commissioner
Espy.
Espy, sorry. Okay, Commissioner Guile,
Aye.
Commissioner McGriff,
Aye.
Commissioner Maybe,
Aye.
Commissioner Hankton,
Aye.
Commissioner Espy,
Do I vote on this?
Sure.
Who did you vote for city commissioner?
Commissioner Mahoney, Commissioner Kidwell.
Aye.
Shake
Congratulations.
this up this year and started that in for Bobby
Congratulations.
instead of always on mine.
Very good. So with that, I'll turn the meeting over
Oh,
to
no,
the new
please feel
chair.
free to continue to chair for the rest of the meeting. I will take over next meeting.
I will turn the meeting over to the new chair, and it's been a real pleasure serving as the
That's the goal.
a planning commissioner here since 2010. And I think back when I first came in, Chair Powell kind of set the standard for the way to conduct the meeting, and I really appreciated the example that he set. And Tony Conkle was a spectacular help in just explaining what the roles and responsibilities were. And I've really appreciated the Oregon City planning staff. The planning staff has been excellent during my tenure on the Planning Commission, and I would just thank you for your thorough presentation of all the issues that we faced. And you've done a good job of presenting the issues that we've dealt with clarity, and given us clear direction on the criteria that we were supposed to follow. And so I do appreciate your work, and I don't want to forget the assistance from Carrie Richter. You've done a spectacular job of keeping us on the right track. Appreciate that very much. And it's been a pleasure working with all of my fellow commissioners. you know, I had the privilege of presenting our annual report to the City Commission a few weeks ago with Commissioner McGriff, and the one thing that I said that I'd reiterate here tonight is that even though all of the commissioners have different perspectives and different opinions on a lot of different issues, that we've all had a very productive time together. When we had deliberation, everybody was respectful of each other's opinions, and we've been, for the most part, I think we did a really, really good job of coming to a consensus on issues, and I appreciate that. And the thing that I've observed about all of the commissioners is, regardless of what the issues were, each one had a sense of taking personal responsibility for making the right decisions and looking out for what was best for the city of Oregon City and the citizens of Oregon City. So it's been a real pleasure working with y'all, and thank you very much.
We don't get to get away that quickly, Charles.
Yeah, sorry. He has to sit back down.
Sit down. Checks in the mail for that 213 improvement.
Oh, I was wondering when you were going to get that taken care of.
It's in the mail.
Did you get the proper postage? I did. Okay. All right.
So we did want to say thank you to you as well for all
Yes.
of your years of service and dedication to the city. We really appreciate your time and consideration when looking at applications. We all know this job is hard and the pay is low. It's a joke because it's zero. And it's a difficult task, and we really appreciate how much effort you have put into reviewing applications or asking appropriate questions and summarizing things. You've been a very calm and collected chair, and we really appreciate that. We'll miss you. And there's a gift from the rest of the commission for you.
Yes, you do have to open it.
I do have to open.
Oh, please, please.
Well, while he's opening that, I just wanted to echo Laura Turway's comments about Charles's measured and professional approach towards the issues. And I'm also going to miss the architectural viewpoint and the point of view from an architectural standpoint on a lot of these things, because I think that this place matters. And I think that the overall design and, in their neighborhoods as well as buildings are really important, and they're going to last forever.
And I too wanted to thank you, Charles. I was new on here 4 years ago, and you've taught me a lot. It's nice to have a politician, even though you're not a politician, but it's nice to have someone speak in measured terms and calm and collected, like you said. It's refreshing to hear someone that calm when they're delivering information that we all want to hear. So thank you very much.
And for my part, Charles, it's great to have your expertise and willingness to comb through the hours and hours and hundreds of pages of documents that we provide you with. Staff is here to help you with your decision, but your decision is invaluable, and that's what serves the city and the people in it. You bring the perspective that our public really needs as a resident and a professional, and it's been really great to have your guidance. Thank you.
Actually, it was Denise that went through the thousands of pages. I used her Cliff Notes.
Well, that's a good
Print shop
system
went
too.
out of business out there.
Yeah, the print shop I used went out of business.
Can we at least have him read that?
Yes,
Those two
absolutely.
words at least one more time?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think this is going to be an award for the ages.
Yes, I have received the Sufficient Specificity Award. And I'm sure that's due to the fact that I stumbled over that word a number of times while I was reading the script week after week.
Everybody does.
And trust me, you try saying that about 3 times in a row, you won't be able to get it out. But thank you all. I appreciate it.
Well, nobody can say it as well as Ed Sullivan, that's for sure. Who had to say it
So are you moving over?
many times. Not just yet.
Okay.
Next meeting. Well, I want to thank Tom and staff for putting that together. I couldn't have thought of something better. I think that was completely and totally appropriate. And as you know, Charles does lead the meetings with a lot of specificity, and it really makes a lot of difference, makes our jobs a lot easier, and I hope that I can do half as well as you. And I'll be calling you. I have your number.
Thank you, Charles. Appreciate
Are
it.
we ready to move on to the next item? No?
Chairman Griff, we have a request from the applicant for the Sears annexation, who are just requesting a continuance to flip items 3A and 3B this evening, if the commission doesn't have any concern with that.
I thought it was going to be gone altogether until the next meeting.
Gentlemen?
I have no objection to that.
That's fine.
Get the easy stuff out.
Okay, well then we can move item 3B to the head of the list.
So we have 3B, James Nocita, 3A, everything else. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and
Those are all A's
7.
for the old A.
All golf course.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's-
so this is a new 3B and that's a
Okay.
new 4.
Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Is this Pete? Oh, this is Laura.
It's a continuance request, so.
Do we need to open?
All right.
Yeah, go ahead and open the public hearing for PC 17005 and 16004.
Okay.
Oh, what she said.
Yes, I'd like to go ahead and open the public hearing for AN 16004 and ZC 16001, annexation and zoning of 35.65 acres, request for continuance.
Okay, this evening, the request is for continuance for the annexation of 35 acres in Park Place, along with a zone change from future urban 10 to R10 single-family residential. As of this time, the applicant is working with the city and with the Oregon Department of Transportation to address the transportation planning rule concerns that ODOT has raised, and to address our mobility standards that we're in the process of developing this year. Until those mobility standards are developed and approved by the city, the zone change that is being proposed cannot be effective. And there's some additional testimony and findings that the applicant and staff are working through with ODOT, and until that information is ready, the applicant has requested that the Planning Commission not take any further testimony on this item, so that we can address that and submit that into the record. And that is at your discretion, whether or not to take testimony. Mike Robinson is here on behalf of the applicant. He's the attorney with Perkins Coie, and is happy to address this request in a little more detail for the continuance.
Okay, gentlemen, we do have somebody that is requested to speak, so I will ask you for your opinion.
If they're here, I believe, let them speak.
Okay. Damon?
Yeah, well, that's consistent with what we've done in the past. So
Okay.
How many people are here to speak on this?
Just
Just
one?
one.
Just one?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's fine.
Okay, Zach? Bob?
That's fine with me.
Okay.
But then
All
we,
right.
yeah, we probably, well, yes.
It'll be back on.
Right.
Yes. Okay, that's, so the planning commission is going to take the request for testimony at this time. So does the applicant's representative want to say anything?
Hi, Chair McGriff, members of the commission. My name is Mike Robinson. I'm the applicant's land use lawyer. Is there someone else that wants to talk tonight, Chair McGriff?
Yes.
Well, I hadn't planned to say anything, and I prefer to come back up and talk after they've spoken, but I'll just tell you, there's really nothing to say tonight. We think the next 40 days or so, we'll spend our time working with your staff and ODOT to address ODOT's concerns that they identified in their December 23rd letter, and hopefully come back to you on February 13th if you choose to continue the hearing with everybody in agreement on how we should proceed. And as I said, Chair McGriff, if you allow me, I'll come up, and if folks say anything tonight that I can provide any information about, I'll do that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay. All right. James Nacita? The red light should be on.
The red light's on the minute.
Good evening, James Nacita. I live in Oregon City. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I just filled out a card on this one out of an abundance of caution because I didn't know what the disposition of the continuance request was going to be. I'm speaking really on the same issue on both annexations tonight, and I think there needs to be a discussion on what happened last year in the legislature with SB 1573, which I have included in the packet I gave each of you. We are one of the few communities in the state of Oregon that has a charter provision that allows us to right to the right to vote before property is annexed into the city. Last year, Governor Brown, even before she was an elected governor, signed into law SB 1573, which purports to take that voting right away from us and the handful of other cities in Oregon that also have such voter approval annexations in their charters. I've also included Article 11, Section 2 of the Oregon Constitution, which I think SB 1573 is in conflict with. I think that law is unconstitutional, and I think it should be treated as so. I don't know if the city attorney has already provided a memo to the city on that question, but there are other cities that are challenging it, and I think our city commission has a duty under their oath to defend our charter and join such challenges. So what I'm going to request from this commission on both, and I'll speak to the other one too just to get it on the record, is I think that this commission should treat our charter as operative. And I think each of these annexations and every one that follows should include a condition of approval that any annexation shall not be effective until there is a vote of approval by the voters of Oregon City. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to come back up?
Thanks again, Chair McGriff. I don't think I'll have anything else to add tonight. Did Mr. Nacita submit a letter on this?
Copy of the Senate bill.
The Senate bill, thanks. So we'll think about this, and I'm sure we'll provide the Planning Commission with our view and some helpful testimony. But thank you for your time tonight, and we'd ask that you approve a motion continuing the hearing to February 13th.
Any further testimony?
Yeah. No, there's no further testimony. Is there any discussion by the
Just
commission or staff?
the audience can't hear the planning commission even though the lights are on, so maybe there's a way to increase the sound.
Lean in.
Talk like you're in a bowling alley. So people can
Excuse
hear
me?
you.
You don't want to hear the language I use in a bowling alley.
Okay.
Any discussion before I close the public hearing, or shall I close the public hearing and then you have some discussion?
I don't have anything.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing and make that available for commission discussion.
Okay. I move that we continue item 3B, PC 1705 and 16004, ZC 16001, the annexation of a 35.65 acre parcel.
Second.
Do we have a date certain on February 13th, I thought I heard?
Certain is February 13th, 2017.
Second it.
Okay. It's been moved by Commissioner Espy and seconded by Commissioner Guile.
Commissioner Guile?
Aye.
Commissioner McGriff?
Aye.
Commissioner Mabey?
Aye.
Commissioner Henkin?
Aye.
Commissioner Espy?
Aye.
Commissioner Mahoney?
Aye.
Chair Kidwell?
Nope.
Next start.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Mhm. Thank you.
Carrie, I'm assuming you will keep us appraised as to what's going on with this. I am aware.
I'm going to do my best.
I am aware that there is some jurisdictions in the state that are challenging this bill for basically the reasons that was stated by Mr. Nacita.
All right, you ready to
I
move
know,
on
well,
to the
those
next?
lights are pretty bright right there.
I can't.
Yes, we are.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Just get into my document there. Okay.
You want to open the hearing for PC
Yes.
17004?
I'd be happy to.
Do we need to read all that stuff?
And I'll read the script if you want me to, or you can do it.
Well, let's see, is this, item 3A, is this a land use action?
Yeah,
It is land use action.
it's annexation.
Well, I have the script here. Because one of you gave it to me long ago.
Since we read it at the last hearing, I
We
think
did.
we can
Can we dispense
probably,
with it?
well, I think we can follow up with the ex parte context conflict of interest since the last hearing, which was October 24th.
Four. Okay.
But you need to open the public
Yes.
hearing and then do that, or I
Okay.
can read it. Either
Well,
way.
I think we're all have no problem with dispensing with it. So, all right. I'm going to open the public hearing for AN 16003, annexation of the Oregon City Golf Course. And I'd like to ask if there are any ex parte contacts or visits to the site since the last time we met, which was about this item on October 24th. Mr. Mahoney?
No, I have nothing to declare.
Nothing new to report from me either.
Mr. Guile?
None whatsoever. I drive by it frequently up to Colton, but no contact there.
I have no change in my status. In fact, this is the first time I've seen road since the last meeting.
Yep, and I also don't have anything to declare since I declared at the last meeting that I had visited the site at the time.
And Commissioner Espy recused himself on November 14th.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. All right, we have a report, please.
Okay, my report will be brief. I'm just going to introduce your options for this evening. So the annexation for the golf course has been continued since October 24th and again on November 14th. It's a 117-acre site that is within the Oregon City's urban growth boundary, and the city's been working for some time to get the Beaver Creek Road concept plan adopted and acknowledged so that this area can be brought into the city and developed at the urban intensity that's envisioned in the Beaver Creek Road concept plan. This is an aerial photograph of the site. We provided a brief PowerPoint at the October 24th meeting, entered our staff report into the record. The recommendation is for approval with conditions. Since that time, there have been a number of developments that Carrie Richter, our city attorney, is going to explain to you based on the memorandum that was placed into the record on Friday. And tonight, basically, we see that your options are as follows. We would like you to hear the report from the city attorney, hear the owner's presentation, hear any public testimony and discuss the following options. You have the option to continue, to allow time for the commission, public, and staff to respond to the additional items submitted with the revised agenda on Friday, January 6th, and continue to a subsequent meeting. You have the option to approve without a continuance, and this is the option that's requested by the property owner, and you will hear more about why they want that tonight. If this option is agreed to, it could include making the requested changes to the staff report, which was discussed on October 24th, 2016 at the public hearing, and any other changes or recommendations by the Planning Commission. The third option is denial, requiring an adoption of revised findings and a continuance. If this option is chosen, we would need to show that the annexation does not meet a positive balance of factors for annexation to the city, and we would have to return with a written recommendation at a subsequent meeting. So those are the three options that we see. But I will now hand it over to Carrie Richter to explain the memorandum that we have before you and some of your choices.
Thank you, Chair McGriff and Mr. Walters. I put together a memo because I wanted it. There had been many months that had passed since we looked at this, and I wanted to sort of sum up what happened on the 24th. You'll remember that a number of questions, another number of concerns were raised by a number of commissioners at the hearing on October 24th. And after that hearing, staff's intent was to work with the applicant to respond to those concerns in a comprehensive way. After some discussions with the applicant over the timing of the continued hearing, the hearing was continued from November 14th on to tonight. Staff was concerned that we weren't getting additional information to respond to the comments that the commission made, and there was a fair amount of legwork that would go into that effort. And so, in communicating with the staff or the applicant about when we could expect that those additional materials to be available, the applicant requested a continuance in order to, the timing has to work out so that if staff's going to issue a supplemental staff report 7 days in advance of the hearing, staff has to get that supplemental material 7 days or 14 days before that 7 days before a hearing. So we're talking about 14 or 21 days before a hearing happens if staff is going to take something from the applicant and make a recommendation based on it or revise a recommendation based on it. That material, additional material, didn't come from the applicant. And it wasn't until this past Friday that the applicant requested a continuance, rescinded, and then the staff put together the agenda, issued the agenda saying that there would be a continuance requested, and then the applicant rescinded that continuance request and submitted some additional material into the record responding to the Planning Commission's concerns. So that's where this sits right now. That's why staff doesn't have any further recommendation for the Planning Commission, and I wanted to explain that out of the gate because I feel like there were some specific concerns that were raised by the commissioners, and it's ordinarily staff's intention to respond to those concerns, and we just didn't have the wherewithal to put that together. What I did put together was a memo that sort of, I think, frames the issue in terms of where this sits both procedurally and substantively. On the procedural side, there are a number of additional steps that have to be taken before this land can urbanize. And those steps are all laid out in the memo. I'm not going to restate them here. The other thing that I provided was a lot of the concerns that were raised had to do with utility adequacy and how much adequacy is adequate to approve this annexation. And so what I tried to provide the Planning Commission was some context for the idea that the annexation factor 1404060 sub 3 that says that adequate and available utilities are required. And so my point there was to provide you some guidance about that, but to also say that it's highly discretionary. And so I will leave it to you to give us direction on what you're thinking with regard to interpreting the standards, and then from there we can sort of decide whether or not, sort of sift through the evidence as well. So that's what I tried to do in this memo. I look forward to hearing from the applicant, and I believe that they have, some additional thoughts about this, and then we'll see where we are. And I think that unfortunately, that's all the guidance that staff can give you at this point.
Okay.
Any questions about my memo
Gentlemen?
that I can answer?
Pretty detailed.
Yeah, I think the main point for me was your statement regarding the adequacy and availability, and I think that got, as I recall looking back at my notes, that was primarily one of the questions we had asked. And there were a number of concerns with regard to that particular factor, in addition to the transportation adequacy. So I'd say those were the two very large rhinoceroses in the room. Am I summarizing that correctly?
Pretty closely, yeah.
And then I'm just curious, a question to staff, would you like more time to deal with this application?
Because you just got it Friday or something?
No, they didn't just get it Friday.
I feel that it would be beneficial to respond to some of the exhibits that have been placed into the record with such short notice that we don't really have time to wrap them together. However, we can work with a short-term recommendation for approval as well, moving as long as there's sufficient specificity given by the Planning Commission to address those concerns. And it really depends on how comfortable you are with everything that's given into the record at this point, and whether that responds to your original concerns from October 24th.
I've got a question for the
Yes,
city
Bob.
attorney. Does adequacy mean that public facilities have to be at the property line to be declared adequate? And can we negotiate with the property owner, because it all boils down to negotiation, which ultimately is going to mean agreement or disagreement one way or another, prior to them coming into the city? As long as they're in the county, can we negotiate with them to do whatever it has to be for facilities to become adequate?
I think that the factor could be interpreted that way.
So in other words, water and sewer has to be at their property line,
You could interpret it that way.
so it's discretionary on our part.
It's entirely discretionary. You have a factor that says adequacy of utilities, and it is a factor that is to be balanced somehow, right? So not only do you have a highly discretionary factor, it is a factor. So you could disregard it entirely,
Or give it 1%.
or give it
99%.
99%.
Even though it's part of the Beaver Creek Concept Plan, which addresses those things, which addresses utilities and, okay.
Well, that's kind of for us to discuss. I would.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
You know,
That, I would say, just in summarizing again, that was something that we had a great deal of discussion regarding.
well, when you say we, please don't include me.
Well, the Planning Commission
All right.
in general discussed that, and it was one of, again, so as I summarized, that was
It was
one.
one of the issues discussed.
Yes,
All right.
it was. And there was a concern about that particular statement.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
In your document here, so I understand it, what impact, I'm looking at a sentence here, or a couple of sentences, as the Planning Commission is aware, BRCP was readopted, et cetera. It goes into late November 2017. LUBA confirmed the city's decision, and now the case is briefing and is going to reach a decision in the spring of 2017. What kind of an impact does that have on any decision we would make? The fact that it's still under in LUBA.
To me, the relevance of the Beaver Creek concept plan being on appeal has to do with the adoption of the alternative mobility measures and the fact that those will not be adopted before this decision is made. And that same fact pattern is at issue in the Beaver Creek concept plan case. And so if the Court of Appeals was to overturn LUBA on that, this annexation could not show that the utilities were adequate because the alternative mobility measures are not in place.
Right.
There is a critical argument that LUBA said that the fact that the city didn't have alternative mobility measures in place didn't matter for purposes of Goal 12, for purposes of satisfying the transportation planning Goal 12. So if that is true, if we can rely on that, then the annexation doesn't have to have the alternative mobility measures in place either. And that is a critical component. Do I think the Court of Appeals will affirm LUBA? Yes, because the Court of Appeals affirms LUBA 80% of the time. So, but there's still some risk. And there is still some issue.
What impact would that have on any decision we make tonight? Could it overturn anything we decide tonight, or could it reinforce?
No, it will change how this case gets framed if it gets appealed to LUBA.
Just really briefly, in your memo, you do say in late November 2017, LUBA affirmed the city's decision.
Should be 2016.
Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification.
I
was jumping the gun.
I saw that, but I
just wanted it on the record,
I just saw
the
spring of
correction.
2017.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Oh.
I forgot 2017.
This is an annexation, so there's no clock on this one, right?
There's no clock on this one.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not being bound by 120
Well, I
days.
just wanted to make sure that.
Yeah. Proceed. Okay. All right, well, I guess we've at least asked our questions up to this point, and I'm sure that there will be more. I've already thought of several, but we'll move on. We'll go ahead and call the first person.
Yeah.
Well, I've got a name I don't recognize that wrote applicant on theirs, but I'm presuming it's Rose Holden.
And
Good evening, Commission. I'm Rose Holden, and my mailing address is Oregon City. I'm here tonight to ask you to carefully consider all of the approval findings for this annexation and to forward a recommendation for approval to the City Commission. Now I'll step aside and let other people testify. Thank you, unless you have questions.
Of course.
Okay, do you want to ask me now?
Gentlemen, do you have any questions?
Not at this
I
point.
have a couple of questions, but
I'll let you lead.
I'll let you guys go first, please. I guess I'll be honest, your memo was just a little bit confusing to me, and I had to read it several times. And I guess I would like to ask why you decided to withdraw your continuance, because I think in deference to staff, we like them to have all of the information available so that they can make their best recommendation to us, and it's kind of hard to do that.
You saw the memo to Pete and Laura, correct?
Well, we got a whole bunch of stuff here.
You read the memo to Pete and Laura, your answer is in the very beginning as to why it was rescinded
I don't think we have
and
that.
why we actually had to ask for a continuance in the first place.
It's part of the original packet that was.
Yes, I've got the one
or-
dated
Okay,
January
it's not
3rd.
here.
Well, the agenda that went out on Friday. So,
Okay, well, I have a memo to you two dated January the 3rd. It says to Pete and Laura.
that may be the one. Yep.
Okay. And then I have the one here from the 9th.
Which is being submitted this evening. Yeah.
Right.
Yes, yes. Well, I guess it really didn't answer my question then.
We were given an ultimatum. Do you want to ask me again your question? If we didn't ask for the continuance, then either staff would or support for annexation would be withdrawn.
And you understand why?
I understand that this is an annexation, not a development approval request.
Okay. We'll just leave it at that.
Anybody else?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know you have these numbered, but I'm not exactly sure why.
Oh, that was the order in which they were received.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I've switched them around a little bit
Okay.
because I have somebody here who's got applicant on there, and I'm not really sure about that. So, Joseph, is it Schaefer?
Yes. Excuse me.
You have to come up here, though.
You need
No,
to-
I'm going to do the rebuttal.
You have to come up here, though. Sorry.
You have to speak into the mic.
You have to speak into the mic.
Thank you. I'm just going to do the rebuttal. I have nothing to say at this time, but I'll be up.
The
in
rebuttal
a
to
little
what?
bit. The
The
applicant's
applicant's
rebuttal.
Okay.
Yep.
So, are you an applicant?
I'm here on behalf of the applicant.
Okay. And well, while you're there, why don't you just tell me what? I'm confused. Just
Okay.
tell me what you're here on the capacity of the applicant as a
My name is
consultant?
Joseph Schaefer. Yes, I work as a
Okay.
land use planner. I'm a
Okay.
consultant here on behalf of the applicant. And just planning the evening with Rose and Laura, we talked about having Rose speak first and then allowing all the other folks to speak, and that I would say a few things at the rebuttal time for the applicant.
Thank you. That just makes it crystal clear for me.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. William Gifford?
Madam Chair and
I'm not sure I
Commissioners.
really like that, but we'll move on.
We're working on that.
Yeah,
We're working
we'll
on
work
that.
on it.
My name is William Gifford and I live in Oregon City. Regarding this annexation, there are some continuing themes that come up that I am in agreement with regarding safety, geological safety. I'm concerned about livability, livability regarding traffic flow and infrastructure, the amount of jobs that will be created at this location, the housing that's critically necessary to our community, which will be greatly alleviated by this annexation. But it's so easy to stop progress. It just, and I think we've seen that numerous times by just raising an objection here, a little objection there. There's always ways of throwing things in the way. I have a great respect for detail, but I think it was Voltaire that, to paraphrase Voltaire, that perfection is the enemy of good. This is never going to be perfect. This is never going to be perfect, but I don't think that's the issue here today. Today is not the development of which houses are going where. I think that the issue is one of annexation. I would like to hope that this commission's policy is to find ways of getting it done rather than find ways of stopping it. And with that in mind, I'd like to ask a question. Is it possible to have an approval of the annexation on contingency of Luba's decision? It is. Legal says that we could do that. You could do that. You could say, yes, we approve this annexation if LUBA approves it, if the Court of Appeals approves it. And I would encourage you to take that task and get it done.
So before you leave, just a little question for you. Since you so aptly stated that this is a request for annexation, but your entire testimony talked about potential development, our understanding is that there is no development proposed.
Correct.
So I'm confused.
Because I find that objections that I hear to this annexation have nothing to do with the annexation. They have to do with the proposed development. And I think that's a straw man argument.
Is there proposed development?
There will be.
Just trying to get the story straight. I've been told one thing. I'm hearing testimony that says something different.
I think at issue today is the annexation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Steve, forgive me if I mess this up. It's Calistini? Did I get it close?
You got it.
Woo! Okay, thank you.
Mr. Calistini's exhibit is entered into the record as number 4, his letter, which you have.
Yes, there should be a one-page for the record.
Yes.
Handout. That's it.
This one?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I have the following concerns. Actually, I'm a homeowner.
Could you just give your name
I'm sorry.
for the record?
Is there a clock here somewhere? Timer?
He's the clock.
Okay, I didn't see one here. So, my name's Steve Calistini. I'm a homeowner in just outside the urban growth area, about 500 feet from where this annexation has taken place. We moved into that area in July, away from a congested area in Gladstone, thinking we'd move out in the country, and then this came up. So naturally, I've got a concern, and among those is one with proposed, and I realize this is an annexation request, but ultimately they're looking at a development that potentially could be high-density housing, and along with that comes crime and also a decrease in property values. One of the concerns I'd have also would be the wildlife areas. If you look at this thing would border a heavily wooded wildlife habitat. The other thing was bringing in potentially 1,000 home sites. School capacity, I'm not sure that they can handle the area. You're looking at between 1,800 and 2,000 students out of this development. And I don't see any plans in the future for accommodating that. The development will probably end the life of the airport there. I'm a pilot, spent my whole life in aviation. That's how I make my living. Figured someday I'd have a little airplane. It'd be nice to have one just down the street, but that airport may not live long enough. And then the traffic, and like I said, I've lived there for 6 months. The traffic is unbelievable. I've included in this a traffic study that was done in September 15th of 2013. And this was done by Quality Counts. It was done along coordination with AP 1401/02. And this is a peak study only, but it shows 7 in the morning to 8:55 a.m. So it's an hour and 55 minutes in the morning. This was September 15th, a Wednesday, in the middle of the week. Oregon 213 and Beaver Creek had 4,920 vehicles. South Beaver Creek and Loader, that intersection, 2,328. And South Beaver Creek and Glen Oak, 1,284. This development will triple the number of vehicles in that Glen Oak intersection. Later that afternoon, again, 4 o'clock to 5:55 p.m., Oregon 213 to Beaver Creek, 5,808 vehicles. That intersection, by the way, is already at a max capacity, and that's right in Oregon City has on their website under Section 4 of Transportation in the application. It reads that by 2035, the congestion will exceed, this is with regards to 213 and Beaver Creek intersection. But by 2035, the congestion will exceed the identified mobility standards. And this is by the Oregon Highway Plan, and they've set that at 0.99 V/C. Okay, evidence indicates that not only does this intersection fail over the 2035 planning horizon, but current traffic volumes through this intersection exceed the 0.99 VC threshold. That's today. So we've got a real traffic issue. The other day, coming home in the middle of the week, in the afternoon, the traffic was backed up from the high school clear to 213. All the way through the lights, it was dead stopped. That's almost 0.6 of a mile of traffic. You add this kind of a development to it, and I don't think there's any, you can add lanes and whatever, I don't think we'll still get past that. Somewhere you're going to have a bottleneck until some major redesign of the transportation system is done. So in closing, we're looking at about 1,800 additional vehicles. If you just took 1,000 home sites in that development, 3,600 additional vehicle movements a day on the Beaver Creek Exchange, 3,800 additional family members, of which 1,800 of those are school students under the age of 18. So with that, I urge this committee to deny the annexation of these properties for the proposed future development. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions?
No.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Paul Edgar. Did you just leave something over there?
Thank you. Paul Edgar, Oregon City.
Paul, can you hold on just what? Did you leave something over there for Pete to
Yes,
pass
for
out?
Pete.
Laura? Sorry.
That's not for, this is for somebody else who wants to speak.
Oh, okay. So it's
Okay.
not for you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I just didn't want to miss out on anything.
As a condition of approval, we would need to have all of the concurrency and understandings or needs and understandings of the transportation issues fully identified and costed out. Can we achieve concurrency at this site when we already know, as the previous speaker said, that at 213 and Beaver Creek Road we're at VC1 or we're at a congestion level of LOSF right now. I would think that we could not. Well, Oregon City High School, when we approved it, they set out a plan that said that they would be responsible for their impacts that they would create subsequently and their costs of improving Beaver Creek Road in the intersection. So they're on the hook for doing something like this. And I think as a condition of approval, if something like this moves on, that we need to have this development be responsible for their impacts for water, sewer, all utilities, and the costs for transportation improvements that are adequate to represent the number of incidents of travel or the amount of new sewage or water that has to be, the improvements that have to be made to get that facilities up to the standards for development, for annexation. So all I want to do, to me, the most important thing is that if you want to go ahead with this, I don't think the burden should be put on my back or the rest of the taxpayers' backs in Oregon City to pick up the cost of doing this or adding new infrastructure. I think that cost needs to be burdened back onto this annexation or the development as it proceeds. Therefore, I would love to see a conditions of approval that absolutely puts any cost implications onto them, because please don't come to me. And I think that when we saw what happened in the last election, the voters are pretty damn sensitive right now to having cost implications put onto their backs. And so all we say is the water there is Clackamas River water. We don't have this infrastructure from Oregon City. Sewer, we don't have the infrastructure there from Oregon City, and we still have pipes and stuff we have to improve. We know the roads are inadequate, and we know the intersection of Beaver Creek and there is inadequate, and we are struggling. The alternative mobility standards are not going to correct it. You can't mitigate it. So we got to figure something out, and that's good. There's going to be a lot of money have to be spent. So please do make that part of the conditions of approval.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
No.
Okay. Lots of paper here. Elizabeth, are you ready to come up?
Okay. Did Christine sign up before me?
She did.
You want to go, Christine?
We save the best for last. Just kidding. I didn't say that.
You did, out loud.
I guess I'm not the best.
One of the best. How about that?
Christine Kozinski, I live in unincorporated Clackamas County. Before I begin my testimony, I have 3 points in which to request that the hearing be continued. The first point is that the city needs to complete and identify what improvements may be necessary to meet current standards, or whether an alternative mobility target needs to be pursued to fix capacity problems existing on Beaver Creek Road and Highway 213. Second, I ask for the hearing to be continued since funding transportation for the plan must be addressed prior to annexation. Urban renewal funds were to be part of the planning package, but can no longer be used since the voters have voted to end urban renewal. And third, I ask for the hearing to be continued because the property owners on Holly Lane, Maple Lane, and Thayer Road still have never been given notice by the city. The city proposes to limit access onto Beaver Creek Road due to high capacity issues. Traffic will be diverted to these other parallel roads, but property owners have never been legally notified. Shall I go forward to my testimony?
Yeah.
In 2013, the city placed Holly Lane into its TSP against the will of the property owners. And I have brought to your attention that my husband and I have been denied coverage for landslide insurance due to 6 landslide risks within 1 mile of our home. I am giving you an article by Ron Fredrickson, the manager of Oregon's consumer advocacy team for the Oregon Insurance Division, who works directly under the state insurance commissioner. He states, landslide insurance is almost unheard of. It can be purchased only from highly specialized carriers, and its liability comes with a hefty premium. He says, I've yet to come across anybody who even has it. I've given you handouts on legislative file L1301 and L1302, Transportation System Plan. I have asked about the detailed surveys conducted to identify geological constraints on Holly Lane. I haven't seen them. I want to know where they are. I've asked about the $136 million needed to reconstruct the intersections of I-205 and 213. I've asked about Oregon 99E and I-205, Beaver Creek Road and 213. Why isn't a moratorium being put in place until funding and plans for responsible development can be done? I've talked about alternative mobility standards and the funding package that needs to be put into place before development takes place on Beaver Creek Road. I've talked about the fact that Holly Lane is designated as an arterial in the Oregon City TSP, and projects are identified to upgrade the street to an urban arterial standard as required by the RTP. It should be noted that the projects along Holly Lane are either unfunded or dependent upon annexation and development along the street. I want to remind the city once again, the homeowners of Holly Lane cannot get landslide insurance. Who's going to pay for destruction and or damages to homes from landslides that may be created by city development. I remind you again, this is being done against the will of the people. I am turning in for the record part of the state technical resource guide over landslides. I've given you chapter 15-17 through 5-20, which refers to laws on landslide hazards, one of which is Goal 7, which clearly states development subject to damage that could result in loss of life shall not be planned or located in known areas of natural disasters and hazards without appropriate safeguards. I have on several occasions made the city aware that including Holly Lane in the TSP is not legal. The annexation of the golf course should not be approved until all of the above is completed and until Holly Lane, as well as Maple Lane and Thayer Road, are taken out of the TSP to serve as alternate roads, taking excess traffic from Beaver Creek Road. All of these streets are dangerous and filled with landslides. For the city to include them in their TSP is morally and legally wrong, as Goal 7 again clearly states, development subject to damage or that could result in loss of life shall not be planned or located in known areas of natural disasters and hazards without appropriate safeguards. For the city to use Holly Lane for future heavy traffic loads goes against state land use laws and should not be allowed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Do you feel that the annexation of this property would cause a landslide?
I guess I'd have to answer you in several ways. Years ago, the traffic consultants planned for the Central Road through the Beaver Creek Road concept plan to come up to Thayer Road. The people, when they get to Thayer, are only going to be allowed to make a right-hand turn on Maple Lane. Well, the people sure are not going to turn around and go down Beaver Creek Road. They're going to go down Holly Lane. Holly Lane has lost 6 homes to landslides, and the city knows that. It is very dangerous. Scott Burns has been out there and told the city the same thing. The biggest thing that can create, one of the biggest things that can create landslides to reactivate would be cutting, grading, excavating, and heavy traffic. And that's all in your comprehensive plan. So what is the tipping scale if the city comes in and widens the street? The homes sit maybe, 20 feet away from the road? And that's for a reason. If you take the homes and move them back, now they're into a landslide. So there's nothing you can do. The heavy traffic, truck traffic, eventually is bound to wear things down. There have been landslides on Holly Lane for many decades. This is not the first time it's happened. It will happen again. But what are the people supposed to do if they have no coverage? Who's going to pay for it? I mean, even on Morton Road, 2 homes were lost to liquefaction, complete loss. I can tell you probably 99% of the legal cases brought in the state of Oregon from homeowners who have lost their homes to landslides. The homeowners have lost it. They have won no cases because no insurance will pay. Nothing will pay. FEMA pays a little bit, but it's not enough. When you lose your home to fire, you can rebuild the house. When you lose your home to a landslide, it is a catastrophe. That's why insurance doesn't want to cover it. And our state knows that and is doing nothing about it. In one of my testimonies to this city, I asked the city to go to the state and please hammer out some kind of details so that people buying homes, like in the Park Place concept plan especially, so that they can get landslide insurance. But what's happening is people are buying homes and they're not even being told that that they're going to be living in a landslide area, and they are not even being told that, by the way, you'll never be able to get insurance to recoup your losses. So in talking with Dogami, things like water, excavating, cutting, grading, if it's not done exactly right, it's going to cause a problem. The other thing that's going to happen is development always changes drainage patterns. And the worst thing for landslides is water. So the minute you start changing drainage patterns, what are you going to affect now? So I think the best people for you to get the answer from is Scott Burns or Dogami. And I know that they would love to come here and give a presentation and talk to all of you to help get some of these questions answered so that you're just not listening to me. I don't want you to think I'm a crazy homeowner from Holly Lane, but for a scientific answer. They're the ones that can give you that. I wish I could answer you more completely.
I wish you could too.
Christine?
I'm not an engineer, I'm sorry.
Well, I'm not trying to be combative with you, but my question was, do you think the annexation, just the annexation, bringing the property into the city undeveloped, would have any effect on?
I think the annexation will lead to Holly Lane being heavily used as a freeway once development begins. It's a channel.
Christine, as long as I've known you, 13 some years, I mean, you should probably be on the same expert level as Scott Burns. I mean,
No, not really.
You have done
Not
so much
really.
research, and
No.
and I.
If
every
I would
time
have
I've been
known
here,
better
you've been
10
here.
years ago, I should have gone to school.
My question was about the letter from the insurance company. This is just one insurance company. Have you tried several different insurance companies, and they've all said the same thing?
Yes, and when you read the handout that I gave you from Ronald Fredrickson from the state of Oregon, he definitely concludes that it is almost impossible to get landslide insurance.
Okay. So probably nobody in the United States. But what my question further was, is because this is mainly on Holly Lane where all the slides take place, and from what I've heard from other testimony, Park Place as well, because Holly Lane is going to be an extension and a connection to get people around 213 or Beaver 213, I believe. So all of Holly Lane probably comes under the impact that nobody's able to get insurance because they have their own proof that they've used to turn you down. In other words, not just Scott Burns, but they have their own.
Well, Lloyd's
proof.
of London is the biggest underwriter, and they tell everybody that if you live within a mile of a previous landslide, you will never be able to get insurance.
Interesting.
I believe our states, I believe all of our western states need to get together because there are a whole lot of people that are going to have future losses, and the people are taking it on the chin because we're not doing something about it. Every landslide bill that comes in front of our legislature is killed. There's been bills that have come across for the last 20 years. Everyone is killed by people that will gain from no landslide regulations.
Insurance companies or something. Okay. Just wondered. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions?
No.
Okay, Elizabeth, you ready? Elizabeth Grazer Lindsay. Thank you, Christine.
Next time I come to one of these meetings, I'm bringing reader glasses for all these documents to read here.
Don't you wear your reader glasses?
These aren't readers. These are distance.
Oh, those are driving glasses. Okay.
So much reading.
Do you want me to wait?
5 minutes while I make copies for the planning commission.
Okay, well, we can move on to the next person. That'd be okay?
Sure. Let's move on to the next person.
Okay, James Nisita? By the way, it's cold in here.
Oh, it's perfect.
And in the future, folks should bring enough copies, I think, for distribution, so we can keep things moving along.
Yes, that would be very helpful. Or get here a little early and
Look at Jim looking
staff
like
get-
he's in the
Yeah, he's
hood.
got his coat on. That's why I know it's cold in here.
It's perfect.
It's perfect. Yeah, I agree with
You non-native Oregonians, that's your problem.
Madam Chairman, may I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
We've heard testimony tonight which implicates land use planning way beyond the property in question tonight, especially the effect that it's going to have on Highway 213 and Beaver Creek Road, which in my judgment is a regional problem, maybe even a statewide problem in the fact that the traffic that is initiated.
Do you want to hold that thought so we can get through all these folks and then we can have
Well, what
our-
I'm asking is, can we hold our comments received from the public to just apply to the site in question?
I think if we had made that decision, we would have done that much earlier.
Doesn't that site in question
What
impact
does that
several
mean?
other?
Does that mean we can't from here on?
Well, I don't think it would be. My opinion only is that it wouldn't be fair. People are here to talk about issues that are of concern to them, and they think it's on topic. We may not think it's on topic, but we have the opportunity after we talk with them to sift through that and decide which
Well, I think what
is
Bob is
relevant.
saying is
I
to
understand
remind them what the topic is.
I understand what he's saying.
Because my comments later on, when we're asked to discuss this, are only going to apply to the
That's-
annexation request and not to the landslides and 213 and things beyond our control at this point.
I
We're being
totally-
asked one thing and one thing only.
I totally understand that.
Hi, James Nasita, Oregon City. For the record, I've placed my comments or the materials for the record on Pete's computer keyboard.
Is it ditto
it's the
from the last
exact
one?
same
Yeah,
thing
okay,
as
perfect, okay.
so I saved some trees for you.
That's
But I just wanted, since these are different proceedings, I just wanted to repeat my comments for each proceeding that I believe there should be a condition of approval on this application, or if it is approved, it should be contingent upon voter approval of this annexation request pursuant to Section 3 of our charter, because I don't think that Senate Bill 1573, signed into law by Governor Brown, can repeal our charter as it purports to do because of the legal effect of Article 11, Section 2 of the Oregon Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Elizabeth, come on back.
My name is Elizabeth Gracer Lindsay, and my comments are, this annexation proposal should not be considered before the concept plan for the area is finished. The concept plan plans for the area and ensures the necessary infrastructure is in place. Without a valid concept plan in place, the annexation criteria, which includes evaluation of the infrastructure, is not satisfied. The application was written as if the concept plan was in place and valid, and it was used pervasively as a supporting document to the application. But the fact is that the concept plan was remanded by LUBA 10 years ago, and after it was recently readopted, it's currently before the Court of Appeals. The application errs that LUBA remanded the decision back to the city to address an issue associated with industrial land designations not related to the proposed annexation site. On the contrary, the industrial land issue affects the northern half of the site, which is almost 64 acres that were brought into the urban growth boundary in 2004 to be used as industrial. The application says the industrial land designation issue was resolved, but actually that's currently before the Court of Appeals. The county emphasizes the need for industrial land, and this is a quote that you have in the attachment 1. In Clackamas County, our 10-year supply of industrial land is short by approximately 1,100 acres. The shortage of industrial land threatens the job and economic growth potential for us all. As population increases, more land is needed for business and industry to keep our economy growing. The vision that the appealed and remanded Beaver Creek Road concept plan represents is likely to change if the concept plan is remanded by LUBA again. As has been seen in recent proposals to the city, the transportation system, sewage system, and water systems are not able to support this annexation. The Beaver Creek Road Highway 213 intersection, sections of Highway 213, and Highway 213-205 intersection are all failing or expected to fail before the planning horizon of the TSP. You discussed in a previous hearing how the Beaver Creek 213 intersection is approaching a level service Z. The rush hour for that intersection, as you see in attachment 2, now exceeds the 4 to 6 p.m. rush hour, and so drivers really don't have many times of the day when there isn't crowding going on. Holly Lane might be an alternative route, except that neither the city nor the county intend to fix it. The city doesn't intend to for 20 years, and the county has no intention of working on Holly Lane for 60 years. It's not even in its TSP, even though that it's plagued with the landslides, as we just heard, and which violates statewide planning goals. The city's TSP indicates that a grade-separated interchange is still needed to handle all the traffic. Despite these serious problems, the city and ODOT don't intend to increase the capacity of the intersection. This intersection had a recent fatality, as you can see in the ODOT data that I submitted to you. And according to the TSP, it has over 2 accidents per million equivalent vehicles, which is twice as bad as your next highest high collision intersection. And safety is not planned to be improved. You can see that in attachment 3. The city just intends to reduce its standards in the alternate mobility standard process, which is what most ordinary citizens don't want, is for the livability to go down. The sewage system is not in place, and the needed sewage pipe is not in Beaver Creek Road. The funding to achieve that is not identified, and sewer would be feeding into a system that has surcharging and overflows according to the sewer master plan. Those occur on down Highway 213, and then that leads to a sewage plant that lacks sufficient capacity itself. And if you read the 4th attachment, which the county put out, the county says the plant's digesters are now being overwhelmed by the growing demand. Both digesters must operate 24 hours a day, which means that there is no backup system in place should one of the digesters need maintenance or repairs. This lack of capacity at the sewage plant is the measure of risk at which the sewage plant is operating. This plant is operating at the highest risk of untreated sewage discharges into the Willamette and Columbia rivers. It's the highest level of risk by far of other plants in the region. There's no evidence that adequate capacity will ever be available to accommodate this annexation with all the other regional development that's planned. It is irresponsible to the region, the city's own residents, and to the environment to be operating, approving these types of things that lead to development that can't be supported by infrastructure. There's inadequate water pressure in this area, and there's insufficient funds to develop a reservoir that would be needed to get the appropriate water pressure. And there's nothing to suggest that these situations would change. The city needs to ask its voters, the voters of the whole city, for their approval. In the past, the voters repeatedly affirmed that they did not want this annexation because they knew it would diminish their livability and would increase their expenses. There is no reason or evidence to think that the voters would feel differently this time. The city needs to be operated for the good of the many and not just for the benefit of a few. I don't know if you have any questions.
Any questions? All right, we have Tom O'Brien.
Oh, he's got a whole book. Oh, just notes.
Reading from the good book. Pardon my cough this evening. Madam Chair, Commissioners, as I look around, Tom O'Brien, longtime resident of Oregon City. As I look around the room this evening, I only see a couple of us who knew the original owner of the Oregon City Golf Course. As a young man, I had an opportunity on a number of occasions to work with Joe Herberger. I was always impressed by Joe and Joe's particular concern for the residents of Oregon City. Joe really cared about the people of this town. He showed that in his actions, in what his words were, and how he acted. I can only imagine that if Joe were alive today, what he would be thinking about the issue of bringing this parcel of land into the city, knowing that it had such a negative impact until such time as the traffic issues are solved. Unfortunately, because of the financial situation of the city today, it may be a long time before those traffic issues are resolved. But I believe in my heart that if Joe were here today, we would not be here this evening considering this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Jesse Buss. See, he has his coat on too.
It's because he's not a native Oregonian.
I was born a mile from here. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, it doesn't count. You weren't born in Willamette Falls, it doesn't count.
Good evening, Commissioners, Chair McGriff. My name is Jesse Buss. I live here in Oregon City, and I'm just here as an individual. I have on my computer screen here something that I'm not going to turn in as comments. I'm just making oral comments. But it's the case that the city of Corvallis filed at the beginning of June 2016 against the state of Oregon and the governor regarding Senate Bill 1573. And I want to point out that the city charter of Corvallis is very similar to the city charter of Oregon City insofar as it requires a vote of the people before an annexation. After the city of Corvallis filed this litigation, one other city, the city of Philomath, and the League of Oregon Cities moved to intervene in the case, and that motion was granted. And I want to read from the motion to intervene that the League of Oregon Cities filed with the court. And I'll start there. This is in case number Benton County 16 CV 17878. Established in 1925, the League of Oregon Cities is an intergovernmental entity created pursuant to the Home Rule Authority of each city in Oregon and ORS Chapter 190 by an intergovernmental agreement among all of Oregon's 241 incorporated cities. League of Oregon Cities' purpose is to promote and advocate the common interests of Oregon city governments, including preserving those cities' home rule authority as set out in Article 11, Section 2 of the Oregon Constitution. At issue in this case is whether Oregon Law Chapter 51, 2016, commonly known as Senate Bill 1573, which purports to nullify local charters and ordinances providing for voter-approved annexation, is a permissible encroachment by the legislature into the constitutional home rule authority of cities with local voter-approved annexation requirements. That issue concerns the rights of voters and the authority of home rule cities to determine the standards and methods by which cities annex territory into the corporate limits of the city. Consequently, any decision by this court in this case will impact the authority of League of Oregon Cities members to engage in self-determination of their government structure, boundaries, and means by which decisions regarding those matters are made. Therefore, the League of Oregon Cities seeks to intervene as a party in this action to preserve and defend its members' home rule authority. And I'll stop reading there. It continues, but the City of Oregon City is one of the members of the League of Oregon Cities. And the fact that the League of Oregon Cities has intervened in this case means that a majority of Oregon cities are in favor of challenging Senate Bill 1573. I propose and will echo what Mr. Nacita said, which is that as planning commissioners, you have a duty to uphold our city charter and defend it, exactly as the cities of Corvallis, Philomath are doing, and the League of Oregon Cities. Procedurally, it's at an interesting juncture because that case has not been decided. Actually, the hearing in Benton County is scheduled for 11 days from today. So a decision could be made in a few weeks. But I would ask that if you're inclined to approve this application, it be made, as in the past, only contingent upon approval from the voters. Thank you.
You were meaning the city of Philomath?
I'm sorry?
You were meaning the city of Philomath?
Yes, I knew I was going to mispronounce that.
That's okay. It's
Thank
a
you.
Native American name. It's hard. So, okay. Questions, gentlemen?
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Schaefer. You wanted to come back up?
Yeah, if there are no others.
I don't have any other slips.
Thank you.
You have to just say your name again.
Joseph Schaefer, here for rebuttal testimony on behalf of the applicant. Several of the speakers tonight have raised a couple topics of interest to the Commission that I'd like to address. The first is whether or not there will be any development as part of this application. The answer to that is no. This application would simply bring the property into the city limits of the city. There's a few more steps until a development application can actually come to you. Excuse me, and I'll take a minute to explain them. And this is similar to what Mr. Robinson spoke about earlier tonight for the Park Place annexation. First of all, as a result of this annexation, the property will not have urban zoning. So the urban zoning will be applied in a separate process. I'm sure it'll come back before you, in which case the golf course property and potentially at the same time some of the other properties in the Beaver Creek area would be rezoned by the city in a legislative process. Before that can happen, again, as Mr. Robinson said, the city needs to work with ODOT to come up with alternative mobility standards of one sort or another for some of these regional transportation problems further to the north. It could be an alternative mobility standard, could be a trip cap, could be a combination. But those need to be in place at the same time or before a zone change is done. That's not going to happen quickly. And until both of those things happen, we would not even be eligible to submit an application for actual development on the ground. Okay? So I think I'll stop there and see if there's any questions on that topic first.
Nope. Continue.
I have a question.
Oh, please.
Given the regional clientele that you have, which does not include me, by the way, how far out do you think Oregon City attracts golfers?
What does that have to do with it?
Good question. I'm trying to think of the other courses like it around here. There's the one further down on 213 in Liberal.
Stone Creek, I think. Is
yeah, Stone Creek. I'm not a golfer myself. I know we have Langdon Farms over near where I live in Aurora. But golfers like to go around to places. So
yeah, what I'm getting at is it more or less serves a regional.
Oh yes, yes.
Clientele.
Yes, very few golfers just play at one course all the time. They go around and try different ones all the time.
So it's not just an Oregon City phenomenon.
Oh, certainly yes.
Even though Joe Herberger was a phenomenon.
Yes, I don't know anything about my client's operations, but I have some serious golfers in my family, and I assure you, they're always going all around the place to other courses. And I'm sure that, yes, they serve a wide variety of people.
Point being is, given the activity, a level of activity that takes place on that premises on a daily and monthly basis, I mean, the impact has more or less played no negative role on the transportation system that I'm aware of. I mean, there's more traffic generated regionally, pass-through traffic from
Sure.
County.
Sure, and I would also emphasize that a golf course is not what we call a peak hour trip generator. So, meaning during the rush hour in the weekday mornings and evenings. So that's very important as compared to, say, the high school, where they are a big peak hour trip generator in the morning, not so much in the evening.
College.
Oh yeah, certainly the college. The college will have more of a PM effect as opposed to a high school because there aren't quite so many early morning things.
I'm not sure where Bob was going with that, but I was thinking in my mind, I doubt if there was a lot of golfers during the last snow and ice storms, but
you'd be surprised.
Yeah.
I can't imagine it.
People who are golfers
But
are
I kept thinking that a golf course doesn't attract as much as an industrial site and as homes. That would put a lot more traffic in that area as opposed to golfing, right?
Yes, eventually when the development gets approved, but again, prior to that happening, okay, in addition to the TSP update, which has already happened, the city and ODOT need to agree on standards for the ODOT intersections and interchanges. So that's even before we can come to the door with an application with a roll of blueprints.
Okay. How about?
Where I was going with it is it's going to have the same impact on roads in Oregon City, whether it's inside the city or outside the city.
There wouldn't be as much traffic, would there be for because
Well,
golfing
I mean,
doesn't
the
take place at
traffic's going to be
night.
the same whether or not it's inside or outside the city.
The
And
traffic-
as the
Okay,
region
we're not,
grows,
gentlemen,
Yeah,
we're not
okay.
getting into a debate
Sorry,
now.
sorry. I was just wondering where
We're
Bob's
just-
coming from.
We're just asking questions. So
Okay, sorry.
My next response is this question of concurrency, and I'll speak more about this in a minute in my remarks. But I really want to emphasize concurrency is not required. Concurrency is not a factor. Concurrency is not a criterion. I know many people wish it was, but it's not. Okay. The next point I would like to make was this comment about serving a few as opposed to serving the interests of the many. I would like to remind the Commission that the numbers in the concept plan indicate that about 1,020 dwellings will be developed in the concept plan area. Figure roughly 2,500 people, future citizens of Oregon City. On the commercial side, there'll be an estimated 2 million square feet of employment space. Figure 2.5 employees per 1,000 square feet. That gets you 5,000 full-time employees. So there are 5,000 employees and 2,500 future residents. So I'd urge you to keep those people in mind tonight as you consider what your recommendation will be. The other remarks I would like to make are that the concept plan has been supported by the city consistently for a good 10 years now. Rose and her family also support the plan and are understandably anxious to see it implemented. It's very important for the city to implement the plan consistently among the properties that comprise the plan area of over 400 acres. When our neighbor asked to annex a few years ago, the same opponents challenged them on the same infrastructure issue that we're discussing tonight. And the City Commission interpreted the code to mean that an applicant need not show that services were immediately available and that general infrastructure plans were sufficient. LUBA agreed, and as far as we can tell, the city policy has not changed since then. The opponents ask you to reverse that city policy and give no credence to the water master plan, the sewer master plan, the updated transportation system plan. And by extension, they're challenging, once again, the concept plan itself. We ask you to stay the course, to acknowledge the veracity of these adopted plans, to recognize that the availability of services is just one of the many factors to consider in your recommendation on this annexation. Thank you for your support, and I'd be happy to answer any more questions.
Gentlemen? I guess I just have one. Why now?
Why get
right. If there's no development being proposed, why is it important to annex the property to the city now?
Because this is a preliminary step. In many prior decades ago, development was not so elaborate in the procedural context. And people with large areas of land that wanted to come into a city did not have to go through so many steps. The main project I worked on last year was a big annexation for the city of South Hillsborough, or in South Hillsborough, in the city of Hillsborough. It's about 1,400 acres in their plan area. Okay, we annexed over the last year or two. When I say we, me and some partners of my client, about 800 of those acres. Okay. Same situation here. No development is planned. A lot of these questions that the opponents raised tonight about infrastructure, we have the same questions. It's just a question of what do you do at what point. Okay. Annexation is a very preliminary point. That's why when you read the code, these are factors to be considered. None of them are mandatory approval criteria. As the city attorney said, you can count one of them 1%, 99%. It's a flexible thing. The point that I'm trying to make is that previously the city commission has determined what that infrastructure requirement is for an annexation. They have been very clear that concurrency is not required. You don't need to have the services at the property line, and that general infrastructure plans are sufficient. Now, they made that interpretation even before the water plan was updated, the sewer plan was updated, the TSP was updated. It's frankly, as a professional in the area, it's quite striking to me that you would have all these updated infrastructure plans adopted into your comprehensive plan and still have people raising these questions about, well, gosh, we have no idea if there's going to be services available. It's quite striking. Usually we get lots of those questions earlier on. They're perfectly appropriate. That's what the master plans for the infrastructure address. So you ask why now. This is the first step. I understand they tried, excuse me, still coming off the end of a cold, some years ago during the time when a voter approval was required. Now they have interest in getting this done again. They'd like to be part of the city. We have literally thousands of future residents, thousands of future jobs who would like to be part of your city.
Chairman Griff, I'm just a little confused here. Maybe it's just the terminology, but we were talking about this.
Are
is
you asking him a question?
You
You're asking-
and Mr. Shaver.
Okay.
There's something
Ask
about
him, don't
this
ask
is
me.
only about annexation tonight. That's all we're looking at. But you
Yes.
came out with all these numbers of what's being planned in there, how many homes are planned in there, how this is being planned. So how can we say this is only about annexation when we're also discussing what the development's going to look like, how many homes and how many jobs?
Because those
like the same.
decisions
And the
about
master
how
plan.
many homes and how many jobs have been made by the city commission in the concept plan approval.
Oh, can't
Okay.
But the annexation results in that.
Well, it's still a concept.
The annexation is one step that doesn't approve any development, whether it's infrastructure or housing or office buildings on the golf course property. Okay, those decisions will undoubtedly come back to you in future months and future years. Again, first in the context of alternative mobility standards.
Understand that.
Then in the context of zone changes, meaning adoption of the zoning that's proposed in the concept plan. And only after those will applications come in for site plan approval, subdivision development, those sorts of things.
I guess where I was leading with that is I've heard several times we're only discussing annexation
Yes.
tonight, not development. But in everybody's mind, annexation means development coming up. That's where I'm hearing.
Mm-hmm.
That's what annexation means, to have it developed.
I
Sooner or
understand.
later.
I understand. Yes, I wish it were sooner. Unfortunately, it's later, and so it's important, that, as you make these decisions, to understand what you're being asked to decide. And tonight, you're being asked to weigh the factors in the annexation code and make a recommendation to the city council, or city commission, excuse me, about whether they ought to approve the annexation.
Okay.
You'll have several more bites at the apple in later stages. That is true.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Excuse me, Chair McGraw, can I ask a quick question?
Please.
Are you an attorney?
No. I'm a
So,
land use
so
planner.
in what capacity do you represent Ms. Holden?
I'm a land use planner here on her behalf. Or
Thank you.
I should clarify, on behalf of the property owner, which is a family entity.
Thank you.
Yeah, I asked that question before because I was confused. Okay, seeing no more names, no more slips, I am going to close the public hearing and leave it open for Planning Commission deliberation. So, gentlemen, in keeping with Charles's tradition, I've been taking lots of copious notes.
Me too.
Hopefully somebody else has been taking copious notes as well. I go back to the staff report, which has a couple of recommended actions. Carrie, we've had a request for a continuance. How do we deal with that?
It is your decision. It is at the discretion of the commission to decide whether or not you feel that you have sufficient evidence to make a decision at this point, or if there are additional things that you need in order to make a decision. I think that ought to drive the question of a continuance.
Well, just quickly, the request that we received tonight isn't part of the mandatory granting that only occurs during the first meeting. So this is now a discretionary.
This is now a
matter.
discretionary
I just
question.
want to be clear on that.
Yeah, so staff has recommended that says the property owner is requested to rescind the continuance request. The Planning Commission may decide to grant the request or hear from any members of the public, which we have done. Then continue the public hearing to a date certain.
Or make a decision.
Or make a decision. So what is your pleasure?
Make a decision.
I'd like to see this continued. We have seen, despite the being rescinded, 2 requests for continuance to February from the applicant, and I believe Pete and staff can do a little bit more diligence in making this a good proposal that we can get more out of, but I think we would get more out of it in February.
Okay. Mr. Cobb?
Well, I'm prepared to make a decision, but I'll go along with the continuance if there's consensus of the commission to do so, but only because I think, for the record, that the staff will have more time to do whatever they have to do to enter into the record additional findings. But from my point of view, I think the applicant has made a good case for annexation. I don't think there's any conflict between plans that apply, or I think the city's got the plans in place that it needs to address any development at a future date. But right now, all I'm being asked to do is annex a piece of property so that it comes under the authority of the city, where the staff can negotiate development of the property in accordance with the plans that we've already adopted. We've got policies in place. Now, if the piece of property remains outside the city, we have no means by which we can reasonably negotiate with the city or with the applicant for the development of the property. It's not in our authority to do so. So I'm prepared to annex this piece of property and get on with it. I think we've just about killed this horse, really. I mean, it's ready to be drug away. And I don't like to think that this is government inaction. Just continue. Let's make a decision. For goodness sakes.
Thank you.
Let's make a decision.
For me, it's not government inaction or anything like that. I took some notes while I was listening here to every single person out there. And I think it was in 2008, I believe, when this was first denied, the annexation by the voters. And I don't know how many times I've sat here with several other ones, the South End Concept Plan, the Beaver Creek Concept Plan, and following rules, we have to vote by what we are given to follow, the guidelines. But I always would preface my comments, my vote, by telling the voters, you still have the right to vote. The voters have the right to have the last say on this. And last March, the governor took away that right. And not by a vote of the people of the state. She just, because of some senators and some lobbyists, decided to sign the bill without a vote of anybody in the whole state of Oregon. So, in good conscience, I'm looking at Jim Nacita's and Jesse Buss's documents here. I agree. This appears to be a conflict with the state constitution, and it's a conflict with our city charter. I agree with Jesse that right now that he said there's a lawsuit pending by the League of Oregon Cities. They filed litigation, and that is apparently out 11 days from now about home rule. And if we're to follow our own charter, and if we're to follow what the state originally said about the Legislative Assembly shall not enact, amend, or repeal any charter or act of an incorporation for any municipality, city, or town. Right now, I'd be ready to vote no, because that goes against our charter and the state.
Mr. Maybe.
First, a question for Carrie. If this moves forward tonight, is the city commission restricted to the record, or will they hear it, our recommendation, as well as whatever testimony comes to them?
I am treating this as though it is a legislative proposal. And as a result, the city commission, I will recommend that the city commission take new evidence.
Okay. Because my number one concern about continuance or not continuance is whether or not somebody's voice was silenced by the quick flip. So that's answered, that maybe they don't talk tonight, but they'll have a chance at the city. And I see probably 90% of the big players who are going to say that everything that's going to be said are already here. So that kind of minimizes that concern for me. And I guess I'm conflicted by this because of a couple of things. First, I don't like it when people start messing with my hometown, and when they start messing with my charter. But That issue's in the courts, it's being decided, and if it's overturned, it's overturned, and you know, people are acting on it. It's not like everybody just rolled over. You know, what happens there happens. I don't like the little let's parse up a development so much that we'll just move you an inch, move you an inch, move you an inch, and suddenly you're a mile down the road. Those chopping up something into so many tiny little tasks is to me is a bit of a problem. So there's my two. The flip side is this property is coming into the city, whether it's tomorrow, whether it's 2020, whether it's 2050, it's coming into the city. We want it in the city. You know, our plan is whether it takes a while for infrastructure to catch up. You know, that'll happen at the development phase. But in the interim, I'd really like all that property tax that we're going to get, and I don't want the county to get it because the county's not going to do anything with it for Oregon City. They're not going to improve Holly. They're not going to widen Beaver Creek. They're not going to do anything for Oregon City with it. At least that money's coming to us so we can fix Oregon City. So, you know, from that aspect, that's the other side of it. So, I guess the first question we've got is to continue or not to continue. And so I guess what I would request is that you poll the commission and answer that, because we've got yeas and nays. So I'd like
I'm there,
an
so-
official poll of the
so
commission.
I just need to know what you think.
I'm for moving forward, not continuing.
Okay. Well, I guess save it for last. I basically agree with Zach. I've read everything. Some of the stuff, again, I still don't really understand. But I think that I'm going to err on the side of staff and their concerns are my concerns, and if they have not had adequate time to put together the material that we need to make a decision, then I want that time. And that's really important to me because we rely on them. I would be remiss if I didn't say I was really disappointed that regardless of whether the applicant feels that our comments are relevant or not, the Planning Commission asks questions for a specific reason, and our reasons may not agree with your reasons, but we wouldn't ask them unless we wanted some answers. So the ability to not get those answers is equally frustrating to me because we were anticipating that. So that's where I'm going.
Can I clarify one thing here? Staff doesn't have any concerns about a continuance. We have concerns that Planning Commission has the information you need to make a legally defensible decision.
Right, and that's what I want.
Either way. So there's no opinion as to a continuance or not on part of staff. It's just if you need something, let us know what it is and we can get that for you or ask the applicant.
So Tom, would you be in favor of continuing or you want to just get on with it? Because we have two, it's two, and you.
Oh, God. If I'm to vote now, I'm going to vote no because of this until that trial comes about and I get a response.
Sure.
Well, would you vote to continue?
So I'm trying to decide. So if this
That would be, we'd be moving it to sometime in February, I presume. Would that
Which
be?
we would probably not have an answer on the.
Would that be
lawsuit.
February, or we're looking at the end of this month, or where would we go with that?
There are a variety of open hearing dates. There is a Planning Commission hearing scheduled for 2 weeks from today.
Okay.
There is nothing on the agenda. Depending on what you're asking from us, so we send out the agenda ideally on Friday, but it could be on the Monday following Friday. So it just depends what kind of clarification or information you're looking for from us. We can figure out if we can get it done by then. The next meeting after that, you have a few things on the agenda. already.
So to make sure I'm understanding this right, Laura, just in order that if we're going to effectively continue this, we need to ask what more we're going to need from you and Pete in order to better inform us to make a decision next time around.
That's exactly it.
And for me, I need an answer on this, or I'll continue to vote no, because I want to know what the result. There's not just one person in the United States tweeting. I've been tweeting with the governor since last March about taking away our rights and where's the transparency in government, not to allow the voters to vote. So I'm going to say that until this is resolved.
Madam Chairman.
Well, gentlemen, what's your pleasure?
I've got a question for Carrie.
Please no, madam. That just really sounds like I have
Okay.
I have like the best.
You do have a really old house in the town.
I do, but it's, that is true. I do have an old house, 104 years old, but it's, madam is just a little too weird for me. Are you asking staff?
Yes, I'm asking Carrie a question, and it's related to what Tom has said. Tom, no offense, but the issue of voter.
It's really our charter. It's our charter.
Charter
provision.
The charter provisions. Has that got anything to do with what we're being asked to approve here tonight, to consider? We're asked to annex a piece of property, which is kind of a land use issue, and the legislature has taken away the voters' right to approve. Since they've done that, that's the law of the land, as I understand. And if that's being appealed, if we were to annex this piece of property and the courts upheld the voters' right and overturned the legislature and said you can't do that, you got to pay attention to the charter, is that something we should enter into our thinking in terms of considering this, or should we just be looking at it on the basis of what they've asked us to do, consider an annexation, and that's it?
Seems to me, Commissioner Mahoney, that the question of the constitutionality of this bill and the city's role in participating in that proceeding or not is a policy question for the city commission to decide. It seems to me that you have been asked to review an annexation pursuant to some criteria. And this question of constitutionality is beyond, with all due respect, beyond the pay grade of the planning commission. And so I think that it would be more appropriate to, should you make a decision tonight, include some observation. The planning commission was concerned about, the impacts to, the city's charter resulting from this bill and recommends the commission look into it, or something along those lines, sort of to encourage the commission to take a look at it, but not to let it sway, I think, your decision, because it is not an approval standard, if that makes sense.
I understand.
Yeah.
But it's a conscious.
Yeah. So, Laura, I guess the thing that still hasn't adequately been answered for me is, as I said, there's two gorillas or two rhinoceri in the room. One is the transportation issue and the fact that we don't have any mobility standards, we don't have any standards with regard to this, and that's sort of the big one for me, and that's what we talked about originally. The other one that was brought up by testimony has to do with services, and yes, we do have all of these fabulous, amazing master plans, but they are plans no less. They give some indication that if services could be available, this is what they're going to be. So I would have to say transportation is my big issue.
Same here. Beyond that.
And that's
Just transportation or transportation and services?
well. I'm just saying I'm responding back to the comments by the public. They brought up adequacy of, and I know that the criteria we can make our discretion. I'm not saying that the services are there, which I know they aren't, and they won't be there for a number of years unless somebody down the road extends them, that's going to be a whole boatload of money, which is not my concern, but they aren't there. I mean, I guess in my mind, looking at it from a planning standpoint, the availability of services is going to be a big row to hoe, so to speak.
And based on what you said, this wasn't my initial thought tonight until I saw this. I was concerned about transportation.
To me, that's a side issue,
but that came into play because I've been arguing it for a while.
And there are constitutional issues.
But I kept thinking that
it doesn't affect us.
But you said something. We want it in the city. It's going to come in the city. But the voters already voted it down once. They haven't had a chance. Who knows? They may turn it down again and again. You never know.
We can't anticipate that.
Yeah, we can't anticipate.
I would say at this point, we should make some sort of a motion, whether you want to continue, whether you want to make a decision. So we should do something.
Well, I originally suggested the continuance, presuming that there might be other discovery that might be helpful. So if there is more time given, will there be, do you think there'll be more information that can
well, I think staff needs to beef up the transportation issue, because I don't see how we can answer that question in the affirmative at this point in time. I don't know how we do it. We don't have anything.
But see, it gets back to Bob's question. If they annex now in, there's not going to be any more traffic. There's the everything about the mobility standards, all that sort of stuff exists now. And with all due respect to Christine's issues about Holly Lane and all that, part of the problem that 213 and Beaver Creek have failed is because Molalla and Beaver Creek and all those other people said, that isn't part of our jurisdiction. We don't care if it fails. Mm-hmm. So we need to be cognizant of our impact, and we need to see what we can do to mitigate or adjust that. And, the impact of this property coming in to the city is zero. Zero sum of it coming into the city being annexed. In the future, it'll be big. But until we get to that point, with all those mobility standards, with all the other things happening, the traffic pattern isn't going to change whether or not this property is in, on the left side or the right side of the city's boundary line. And,
Make a motion.
But Damon, isn't it true though? Like, you've lived here long enough. Sunnyside, they kept it 2 lanes while they built it all out and all that, and nobody planned in advance. Yeah, let's annex it all in, but all of a sudden now they had to slow all those traffic down, all those people, because they had to expand the road after the fact.
Right, but they're not expanding the road, they're not building on it.
But it's going to happen.
And now we have Sunnyside as an example of why we need to put the infrastructure in before we let them build all the thousands of houses.
Agreed.
But in the interim, we're getting all the property taxes. So we can build the roads, we can fix our own roads and not carve curves or, some bridge across the Willamette or whatever. It's our money in our town fixing our problems.
What do you estimate as the taxes on just a golf course in a small area?
It went it's going from zero.
Yeah.
So even $1 is a win.
Yeah, we don't have enough money in the entire world to fix our traffic problems.
I understand.
Okay, gentlemen.
I guess I will make a motion.
Okay, make a motion.
That we approve the annexation AN 16. Yeah, we recommend approval of annexation AN 16-0003. I think we got enough zeros.
A second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded.
Before the question,
yes, discussion.
Thought towards adding an addendum recommending that is passed on to approval for some of our testimony.
Could you say that again?
Thoughts on adding the language that we want to add, seek voter approval, and I'm saying that in response to Mr. Nacita's and Jesse's testimony.
The lawsuit for the Senate bill.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, can you do that? Is that appropriate? What is this?
You're making a recommendation to the city commission, so I think that it would be appropriate for you to. I mean, assuming that you're going to move this forward, recommending approval with the findings and an additional recommendation that the city commission consider the
I just want to know if it's an option.
constitutionality
Yes,
of the
it is.
charter.
It is an option.
Or of the,
Okay.
of 1579 or whatever the number is.
73, whatever.
73.
Yeah.
Would that have to be a part of the motion as a condition, or could you just add that as a consensus comment by the commission?
We can add it as a consensus comment
Yeah,
to the
I feel
recommend-
more comfortable with that, because if you add it as a condition, it's going to be subject matter for discussion.
No, I'm not going to add, no, I don't think it needs to be a condition.
Okay.
It's part of the recommendation.
It's part of the recommendation.
Okay.
We're not.
And anything else you want the city commission to take note of, you know, the timing of alternative mobility standard adoption, the, I'm not sure.
You know, what bothers me about these things is there's so much passion involved instead of compassion. You know, we got a city run here, and we've got a lot of people to serve, and there's health, safety, and welfare involved. And it's too bad that we can't just look at it in terms of the technical aspects of it, which we're charged for. And you know, I appreciate people's strong feelings about these things, and I'm sitting down here shaking because of the emotion involved, and I don't want it to be that way, you know. And if we just rely on emotion, somebody's going to say, "I don't like it," and on that, somebody's going to make a motion. Well, I don't think we ought to run a city strictly on "I don't like it," because the guy that yells the loudest and is the biggest gorilla in the room is the guy that's going to win, and I don't think that we ought to run a city that way.
I don't think you hear anybody saying that they don't like it. I think you hear.
I've heard a lot of people here say.
Well, maybe in the audience. I don't think you've heard any of us say that.
No.
But
We're owned by the rules and regulations that we're charged with.
Yeah.
But when I say passion, I'm talking about, you know, the comments and testimony.
Yeah. Well, I think the people that are here testifying are looking out for the health, safety, and welfare. It's their opinion to the contrary. So I'm not discounting that, nor am I discounting what the applicant has said either. So we've got two different views
My
on
comments aren't aimed at anybody.
what the health, safety, and welfare is for our community.
It's ironic. I keep thinking things run so passionately now, whether you're on Oregon City Chit Chat, the Golden Globes, or Facebook, or anywhere. Everybody's passionate about everything.
So, do we have a consensus that we would accept the recommendation that Zach is making for the motion? Just
I don't know if that was. I think that was Bob's recommendation.
no. You're talking about the item to the city commission about the 1573.
Right, the way that
yes.
Carrie worded it.
Yes.
Sure.
So I'm just asking for your consensus. Are we all in agreement?
I'm not sure how Carrie worded that.
Can you say that again?
Well, I'm not sure how I would word it.
She's not sure how. You said it, but
yeah, she said it. Bob nodded. Everyone else did.
that's what I'm just following up. Regardless of how you're going to vote, Tom, was that all right to add that provision as a recommendation?
Sure, I think
Damon?
that's okay.
Well, I want to hear what it says.
Okay, I'm okay with it. You're okay, Bob's okay.
Yep.
So we're
I
on the
think it
floor.
can be pretty simple. A recommendation that the commission
Ongoing
consider the
litigation.
Ongoing
Senate Bill
litigation
1573.
of Senate Bill 1573.
Okay, I can
That would be
accept
fine.
that. Yeah. I think what was actually being asked is, irrespective of Senate Bill 1573, we refer it to the voters and tell the Senate to stuff it.
Yeah, I mean that would be the best of all possible worlds.
I think
and-
that's exactly what was being asked. But,
Yes, I agree. Okay, all right.
Well,
We'll remove the stuff it.
Yeah, please add the stuff at part. Yes. So, Pete.
Okay. Motion to approve the annexation of the golf course contingent on the comments just mentioned by the city attorney.
Oh, excuse me, Pete, and the revisions that you were going to make to the staff report that you had
Revisions.
included in your previous.
Right, from October 24th, including the corrections to the staff report that we discussed at that hearing. Anything else that the commission cares to mention at this time? Or that?
Yeah, I still have my rhinoceros in the room about mobility.
Okay. Commissioner Guile?
Based on this and traffic, no.
Commissioner McGriff?
No.
Commissioner Maybe.
Aye.
Commissioner Henkin.
Aye.
Commissioner Espy is abstained. Recused, sorry. Commissioner Mahoney.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Yeah, I just want for the record, Commission to know the reason that I voted no is because I still believe that we needed to have a continuance on this item.
Yeah, I've noted that. Thank you.
All right. Laura.
Yes, thank you very much.
Oh, could you get Paul back unless he's fallen asleep back there somewhere? So hang on just 2 seconds here.
He could not. He didn't hang around, did he?
So we'll go back to the two men walked into a bar.
Commission, thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Well, you still got to get past the city.
Up. No comments from the audience, please.
If it was all technical.
No comment from you.
I just wanted to clarify for the audience that the city commission hearing for this is February 1st of 2017, I
That doesn't
believe.
happen to me. Correct. I was sitting there shaking.
February 1st.
No, I completely.
Wednesday.
I think he left.
I mean, the emotion.
I think he said
Did he go home?
I think he left.
I'll send it to you.
Except I know legitimacy.
You think he just
It's
left?
annexation. It's
Probably thought this was gonna take the rest of the night.
Well,
Paul, where are you?
there was just the legislative training, so.
And that's the most
You
important
know, I get to a
part.
point where I got enough.
Well, I think you
information
need to
make a
decide if
decision.
you want to do it
And at
tonight or
that
you want to
point,
do it
yeah.
another night. I don't
Yeah.
feel strongly one way or the other about it.
We have no items scheduled for 2 weeks from today.
Could
If
we
you
do
wanted
it?
to do
Could
it.
we do it in 2 weeks?
Yeah.
I would like to give this my full, and you have basically 95% of my attention, and I would like to give you 100% of my attention because this is a topic near and dear to my heart.
And, yeah, there might even be.
I think that would be. I think that then we're not going to be rushed, and
No.
I feel like if we do it right
We're
now,
going to be rushed. I would
you know.
agree.
And this way there'll be Paul will be here.
Yes. And so give us sort of the highlights, just a highlight of what we are going to be talking about, because I want to just be anticipating the whole fabulous.
Sounds like
If I have to sell it, that's going to be pressure. Nobody ever makes Land Use 101 exciting.
It is exciting.
Well, I get the other question I have, irrespective of that, is, will we have our new commissioner by then?
Probably not.
That's one of the things I want to talk to you about
Yes.
under communications.
Yes.
Because I would rather
no.
you do it with all of us here than. So.
You will not. We can chat about the timeline.
Yes.
In a moment, or when you're ready.
Well, why don't you go ahead and chat about it, and then they can make a decision about what they want to do about me.
Okay.
Or do you not want to do that?
No. So we, as you know, we are now a 6-member planning commission.
Guys, can you close the door? Thanks.
He applied once before.
They're letting all the
Just
cold
pull.
air out.
Yeah, they're letting all the cold air out.
Just pull.
Pull hard. Thank you.
So we have an open position on the planning commission. We need to fill that position. We have received 1 application, but what we said what we were going to do was renotice.
Yes.
In between that, someone just turned one in. So rather than have interviews scheduled today, what we wanted to do was ask you how long we should renotice for, or if we should still renotice. We only have 1. I'm not saying who it is or anything like that, but we won't, if we were to schedule interviews, we probably wouldn't have that done before the legal training, but we will certainly provide the link online to the legal training and answer any questions for the new commissioner. If the planning commission is excited about getting another planning commissioner and we think that we could do it in a short amount of time, then we can open up that position for a short amount of time and then come back and have interviews with, if nobody else has submitted, we'll just do the 1 interview. If other people have, we'll do them all. So the question is, how long should we be advertising for another planning commissioner? We will do another round of posting it everywhere we can think of, on TV and you name it. But
Are we allowed to ask, is the person that has put it in now qualified? Or can you say that?
I don't want to tell you anything about it.
She doesn't want to say anything about
I'd
it.
Because-
rather have more than one.
So
I would too.
if you think that you can rile up more applicants in a short amount of time, then maybe we'll
Rile
do
them up or
Yes.
round them up?
round them up. Get them excited about serving the city.
Let's put a bee in their bonnet or going out.
No.
Well, you can tell we're excited
Sell
no
it.
matter what.
Yes, sell it.
Yes.
I guess I agree with Tom. I would like to cast a wider net. Now, I did have someone ask me whether or not the person, whether you need to live in Oregon City, and I said, well, it's to me, it's preferable that you live here because obviously I have a real problem with somebody who doesn't live in our community being on the planning commission, or on any.
I thought it was requisite.
I thought it was too, but anyway,
You can send it my way, and I'll clarify it's in.
Well,
Title II
I think I
record.
adequately answered the question, which was I think you need to. I think you need to be here.
It sounds about right, but we can clarify.
Yeah, but
and get back
and
to
don't
you.
go to any trouble. I just.
Well,
I'm just trying to figure out how to say this in a way that, because it's going to be on the public record. And I think I sent you a little. Well, I didn't send a little note. I don't know if I sent you a note or not. But anyway, I think that Paul said it quite adequately today that I would like to see somebody with some of the same skill sets that Charles has. I think it's important to have somebody in the architectural community who's got a broad base, because we deal with things like that all the time, and I think it's the same reason why we have somebody on the Historic Review Board, because you deal with that stuff as well. Paul can cover a little bit of it, Zach can cover a little bit of it, you know a little bit of it, I know a little bit of it, but we're not that person. And, you know, I don't care if they're AIA or not, but it would, to me, that would be somebody that I would really like to see fill that, and it just happens that Charles happened to have that background, and we don't have any requirements in our code that says you have to be from this profession or that. We just can't have more than 2 people in the real estate. I don't know if we need anybody from the real estate profession at this point in time. Sorry about that if you're listening to this.
That's correct.
Yeah, that's the only one.
There's no requirement.
No, that's the only one. But we each have a broad base of skills, and that's, to me, something that's kind of missing.
So here's we've got February 27th is one of our meeting dates, right? 4th.
Yes.
So I guess what I would request is that we cast that net through the 17th of February, which is slightly more than a month.
Mm-hmm.
And then we do interviews or reviews on the 27th of February at our meeting.
Yeah, I agree with that. The reason being, we've got to fill that position because of the voting structure here.
Well, we don't. We're not.
I feel uncomfortable without 7. I just don't like this
Well,
close.
without an odd number, anyway.
Well, we're all odd.
Odd number.
Well, last time, how many people did we had apply? Just 2. This last time we interviewed.
Yes.
And that's an indicator to me it's going to be a tough position to fill in. Whoever we get who's got the chutzpah to apply for this thing, you know,
Well,
I think we ought to welcome them.
You need a little more than chutzpah.
Well,
believe me, if chutzpah was the only thing, then, you know, we could get the vacuum cleaner to come in.
Well,
and
I'm
be on the
looking for
commission.
somebody that may have some experience in government, and you know, just the walking into it fresh without any experience is really a tough challenge.
It's a tough hurdle.
It is.
It's a very,
It
it's
is.
an
You
extremely,
know,
extremely
Denise,
high
you-
hurdle.
Yeah.
4 years later, I'm still nervous. Where's Charles when I need him?
Yeah. So, I mean, I think you've heard the consensus. I think we want to go back out, and I think it behooves each of us to think about people we could say, hey, you know, we really, you know, why don't you apply for the Planning Commission?
When you cast that out, do you send something out to the neighborhood associations?
Okay.
We do.
I mean, that's how I ended up applying, because a certain person on city council said, I think you should apply for the Planning Commission.
Or else.
Right,
Well, it wasn't quite
David's
or else.
timeline sounds good.
So I'm getting the consensus to go back out through the 17th. We'll take this one that we got after we closed the last round, include that with it, and do interviews on the 27th.
Please be specific in, you know, Can you say something to the effect of, while prior experience is not necessary, you should, how do you say it? You need to know something.
Nope, because that's not a requirement. I mean, you guys can talk through that with your interviewers.
Constituents.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for the guidance on that.
And in the interim, we'll have the wonderful Carrie Richter give us a beautiful spiel.
When are
next
you
week.
going to give us an update on your first meeting on the mobility thing?
In 2 weeks, when
Okay.
we have our meeting.
I can talk to you about that too.
Yeah.
So you want me to plan on 21st?
Yes.
Sure.
Of
And you
January.
and you can start, because obviously it's such a fascinating topic, we couldn't possibly get through all the aspects of it. I
The
mean,
21st is a
start.
Saturday.
Start, yes.
23rd.
23rd.
23rd, excuse me.
Tom, I spent 3 years in school
Is that
learning
okay
all
with you?
about
Yeah.
it. Actually, I knew something about it before.
intend to.
All right.
We're going
I-
to take you to school.
And
I
just-
have a whole series of communications.
All right.
I'd like
Just real
to move
quick,
on.
we don't expect a huge song and dance with lots of PowerPointy stuff, just straight and to the point.
She's already
I
done.
want the PowerPointy stuff with the song and the dance.
I know, that's why I said it before you did.
Too
Sufficient
bad.
specificity.
Okay.
All right, so alternate mobilities, we can start there. Alternate mobility targets. We've started this project. So this is to look at transportation movement along the corridor of Highway 213, generally from Redland Road to Malala. And it was required of us through the Transportation
why does that
System
do
Plan
that?
process. I want to make sure
What
we
did I
see
do?
you good.
Don't need to be seen.
Yes.
Well,
I'm wearing a
So-
mask next meeting.
We have assembled a technical advisory group and a community advisory group. Those applications we accepted. There was a couple of questionnaires of why you want to be on the committee and that kind of thing, and they were appointed by the mayor. We've already started meeting. Both the technical group and the community advisory group have met and started to get background on particularly the intersection Beaver Creek and 213 and a couple of options.
Could you give us a list of those folks?
Sure.
Yeah, they're on the city website. So if you go to orcity.org,
I don't want to.
if I don't, there's a lot of them. There is a whole lot. So what we were looking
there's
to
like
do.
20 just at the citizen.
And so is the technical advisory group basically the same old cast of characters that we've had from every single transportation TAC we've ever done?
I'll take.
No, it's
Okay,
more. It
good.
is. It is the same old cast, but it's more.
Take
I mean, you have the county is represented
is all
and
I
so
need.
forth as well. But we also have a variety of other members that you haven't seen, so new faces. Actually, that's the thing I really like about this project on both teams, particularly the community advisory group, is there's a lot of new faces there that are excited to help us unwind this challenge, and so it's good to see the participation.
Oh, God.
So we're passing out cupcakes here in celebration of Chair Kidwell. He did know that they were back there, but
He did?
yeah,
And
but
then he
it's
bailed
sort
out
of
I
here.
did.
But
And I
to
made
wait
the
a while for
containers,
them.
yeah.
Thank you so much, Carrie.
All right, so there's a couple other things that I want to talk to you about. One is marijuana. So on January 3rd, the city started accepting business licenses for marijuana businesses.
I heard we had 10.
We have 10. We have not received any more from the ones on the morning of January 3rd.
Carrie.
And we are diligently processing those. And we'll be sending out letters tomorrow, in fact, identifying additional steps that
thanks.
each applicant need to do. So essentially a completeness review for the business license so that they're aware of any land use applications they need to file or other stuff that's
Have you
needed.
noticed that somebody's already put up a banner
I saw
saying,
That was long
coming
before.
soon?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's 10 applications. There's a few conflicts with our current code as we read it and those applications, particularly the 1,000-foot rule, and as well as the distance between schools. You may see some applications come up through the planning division regarding those.
But those are the two us.
You.
I'm allowed
If
to
we get a
report.
variance
Thank
for
you.
any of those local requirements, that would go to you. If we get a code interpretation of any of those requirements, those would also go to you. We did receive one application so far for code interpretation. So.
On the standards?
Yeah, so more to come. And then there's more. The city,
Guys, no chit-chatting down there. We have important communications. Too much sugar now.
the city commission did an emergency resolution to allow a temporary warming shelter at the Oregon City Retirement Center. That happened on Friday, and it was Good Friday night through Wednesday morning at 8 a.m. There is another meeting that's going to happen tomorrow night and another emergency city commission meeting to look at that to see if it should be extended till Sunday at 8 a.m. The numbers that we got from the Oregon City Retirement Center was on Friday night they had 6 people who utilized the space. On Saturday night, 6 people also that utilized the space, and on Sunday night, 7. So it wasn't fully utilized. The emergency annexation bypassed planning division processes to allow this to occur. We know that it would be a conditional use otherwise.
The emergency resolution,
Resolution.
not the emergency
Yes.
annexation.
Yeah.
It's already in the city.
Annexation is in my mind.
Yes, we understand why.
And so they were allowed up to 16 occupants and didn't go utilize that full number. We did do reviews by the building division and the fire department, who's in charge of occupancy, so that health and safety part was there.
I guess my question about that is it because we only had 6 or 7 homeless who needed the shelter, or is there a bigger population that just for some reason chose not to come in or didn't get the word?
There was a process they had to go through. They couldn't just go to the retirement center, although one of the residents told me yesterday, that somebody came and knocked on the door and they hadn't been vetted through Father's Heart.
Yeah, the idea was that they were overflow from My Father's Heart. I don't know why there weren't more. The owner of Oregon City Retirement Center said his feeling was that the word wasn't out. They weren't bussing people in or anything like that.
I would just hope you'd say, no, that's all there is in Oregon City. But
I see them every Saturday.
I'm still
morning
looking
down
for
at the
that
bridge.
list of people on the city's website, and I'm not finding it. But
oh well.
I can email it to the commission, but I assure you it's under the alternate mobility targets if you go to the groups.
Where's your cupcakes gone?
All right, so more news. One is that tomorrow night we have a Pints from the Past at the Lake Theater and Cafe in Lake Oswego, and so this is an encore performance from Lori Matthews, the Director of Preservation Planning and Design at MIG, to talk about the cultural landscape report for the Willamette Falls Legacy Project. That's going to be at 7 to 8 tomorrow night, and the doors will open at 6. You don't need any tickets. Just show up and enjoy.
But you didn't tell them where it was.
Yeah, she did.
The Lake Theater.
Yeah.
And
so will there be a weather advisory if something crazy happens with the crazy weather?
You can always check our website or give us a call and let you know. The last thing, well, there's 2 other things actually. Long list tonight. One is that we had a request from Chair McGriff to attend a meeting, some training on Thursday. We squeezed this turnip and we found some money. If anyone else would like to go to that training, I sent you an email, but it was late this evening. It is Thursday, January 19th from 12:30 to 3 p.m. There's also a Friday version, but we don't really have the funds for that, but we do for Thursday. It'll talk about 2 items, the missing middle housing, and then there'll be a Villebois mobile tour. It's in Wilsonville.
Did you all get that survey from Oregon APA about planning commissioner training? I filled it out and sent it back in. You sent it back in. Bob, did you send it back in?
No, I didn't.
Well, please do.
Okay.
Did you fill it out and send it back
Nope.
in? Please do.
I did.
They want to
See if I
know.
can find it again. It
All right.
gets buried.
So very last, we left you with the hard decision. We need some direction for the Willamette Falls Legacy Project. There is a condition of approval. I'll read it for you, but I had sent some background information around on email. Essentially, the condition of approval as a part of the master plan, framework plan, zone change, comp plan amendment says, condition of approval number 3, for all projects requiring type 3 review, the ability to comply with the district design guidelines shall be assessed by a design evaluation board. a special city-assigned body that will provide a broader feedback into the process. The Design Evaluation Board will make its recommendation to the Planning Commission through city staff. This condition may also be met through the addition of ad hoc Planning Commission members that can demonstrate specialized urban design backgrounds to provide additional expertise to the Planning Commission. So we have a choice. We know that when it comes to just the Willamette Falls Legacy Project in these Type 3 reviews, there was a concern back when this was done in 2014 that we needed some design expertise, and we didn't know what the board makeup was going to be or anything like that. So the condition has options to add additional planning commissioners on an ad hoc planning commission just when we review this project, or to have design professionals review it and submit comments, or to do a whole nother ad hoc committee. So there's a menu of options there. I would recommend that the decision include someone who's going to be provided along the way throughout the process. So, you know, sometimes when we have comments from some people that get submitted in writing, we'll get public testimony, and it's nice to have that feedback or that person there to respond should there be design questions. I can give you my thoughts on the process, but what we need from the Planning Commission is which direction we want to head. Do we want to increase the size of the Planning Commission just for Willamette Falls Legacy Project? We can work out the details later of getting people on board and what their terms will be. We'll have to do an interview process for that. Or if we want to do consultants, and perhaps we would want to do an interview process for that too.
Hard enough time getting.
Yeah, I guess my preference is I don't want to do consultants because I would like to have interaction with whoever it is, and that's why hopefully guys back me up on this, that's why I suggested that we ask Charles Kidwell to be on this ad hoc group, because he's got the background of the entire project.
Is he willing?
He hasn't been asked, but I would like to ask him.
Yeah.
Because I think he would be excellent. He's got the design background. He's got the background.
But can he be an ad hoc planning commission?
This is just for reviewing the Willamette Falls Legacy Project design stuff.
Yeah, and if we did it as an ad hoc committee that isn't planning commissioners, then he's just a citizen committee person.
Right.
And I think that's better, because if we're going to do any action, I would rather be hands off from that. So. And so whether it's, you know, a list of 5 to 7 people, and if 4 meet, it's a meeting, or, you know, so because it can get crazy with a lot, especially if you're going to have professionals who are kind of know what's going on. So my thought is it's a separate committee making recommendations to us. I completely agree that there needs to be that they need to attend or be here so that they can get the direct feedback loop that you were requesting.
Or maybe we can have another
So that would be one of the ones that I'm a little concerned about, is if you have a separate committee making a recommendation, what if there's questions during your review for them, then they're all here. My recommendation would be for more planning commissioners so that they are present throughout the whole process and can provide deliberations the same as you.
Well, they wouldn't be a real planning commissioner. I mean,
they're ad hoc.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
and so that's why like I said, I don't think there would be a conflict with asking Charles if he would apply to do it, because again, he's been here through the entire process of the master plan.
I think he should be part of it.
And he knows, so he knows.
We could advertise for these ad hoc members, since we're advertising for planning commissioners as well, so we would be advertising on the AIA listserv and things like that.
This would be voluntary, Laura?
It would be voluntary. Actually, that's why I kind of like this one too, because the consultant ones I have to pay.
Yes. I don't want it to be doing as a consultant.
Ad hoc means they're sitting with us on all decisions, or only when it comes to the...
Only when it comes to those issues.
Mm-hmm. We could do a set duration of 5-year terms or something like that. We could.
So with as hard as it has been to get volunteers to come onto the planning commission,
This is very specific.
I suspect that it will be a lot easier
Okay.
because
'Cause
this
it'll
is
only be
They
an
don't have-
amazing project,
And they
it's
don't have to be members of
a
Oregon City.
finite time, and yeah, they don't have. It would be a wider net.
And they have to have specific qualifications.
That's what the condition says. It has to
Okay.
have design expertise. So
Yeah,
we could.
I'd definitely like the idea of throwing a wider net and,
Yeah.
you know, getting some West Linders and some Portlanders and some,
Yeah.
you know.
And we could send it to those consultants, and then they'll just do it for free.
Yeah.
I'd also like to see somebody have a background in architecture combined with historic preservation, because I think that's also important.
Perfect.
What about using some of our committee members that already serve the community? Natural resources, historic, that kind of stuff?
That's not urban design.
Yeah, that's okay, yeah.
And there might be one
I
or
like
two
what
people that
she recommended.
meet.
What?
I like what you proposed with casting the wider net with
Yeah.
the already we're recruiting for planning commission members. So I just hope this doesn't widow down what would be other planning commission applicants from within the city.
Well, I said I think we need to go talk it up.
Now the question is how many?
She said 3.
I think
It doesn't really say on here.
think
I
3
said
is
the word
reasonable.
3 because there was an ad hoc committee, and I'm assuming that's got to be. at
I
least
like
3.
small. I don't. 5 is too many to me.
Well, that's
Small,
fine.
what do you say, small, 3?
3.
It could be 2. Whatever you guys,
like-
whatever you feel
I like
is
an odd number.
odd number.
Yeah, I like
Okay.
3.
Citizens of the community or no?
No, broader.
Either
Yeah, 'cause
or.
it's
Either or.
It's the legacy project.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
We
All right.
might be lucky and get somebody from Walker Macy, which would just be awesome.
Why are you taking
Okay,
my
so
stuff?
we will advertise for
Yeah.
3 ad hoc planning commissioner members that will just meet to discuss the Willamette Falls Legacy Project. And so with our timeline, we wanted to sort of get going on getting people.
And you can
so-
add the part about preservation architect or preservation designer. Or, I mean, there's a lot of people who have design
We could do
backgrounds
that.
that know preservation, not necessarily AIA, but
So I can say, the commission wants me to add some preservation experience
The
desired or something
Yeah.
like that.
well, I sit on the AIA Historic Resources Committee, and I can talk
Oh.
to them about that.
The one question I have is if we add 3, we have an issue, are they also voting on actions? So, because now there's conceivably an even number of people, and we could end up with a 5-5 split.
I think we're going to have lots of discussion about it before we get to that.
Oh, I
point.
understand.
Yeah.
I'm just, you know, but I'm
Well,
thinking.
Damon,
7 and 3.
Damon, do they have voting?
That's what I'm asking.
That's what
if-
he's
if they-
asking.
We
if
could
they
think,
didn't
we'll,
have-
we'll take a look into
Look
it.
at it.
Yeah, I mean, I
If they
They're
didn't
making-
have
I
voting,
like the
then
idea that
it'd
they're
be
part of the
still-
deliberations,
Yeah.
but maybe they're non-voting members.
Yeah.
Mm.
Then they can
They're
deliberate.
They're
but-
making recommendations and
Okay.
suggestions, and we're having a discussion about it. But we're the ones that are going to end up, voting on it.
Yeah, and that's fine. I got no problem with that. I don't have a problem with adding the 3, because the odds of being a 5-5 is pretty slim, but it's just, I just want to get those questions out and get them clarified before the person's on the committee and then feels they got froze out or bait and switched or whatever.
But if they were non-voting members, the
Wouldn't matter.
Right,
It wouldn't
I
matter.
just want them to know beforehand.
Yeah, okay.
And
Yeah.
that's,
And then, thank you for that clarification. Just a couple other updates. Pete is working on refining the scope of work for the Equitable Housing Grant, which was the $100,000 that we received from Metro for providing housing opportunities for all of our citizens. And then also, we are looking at submitting 3 different grants for implementation of the Beaver Creek Road Concept Plan. So we have a plan, but we never adopted the zoning or any amendments to our zoning code in order to implement the plan. So that'll be a whole process that would be done through a legislative review. And we will be applying for grants. So if that works out, we would actually start working in a year or so once we finalize scope of work and all of that.
And marijuana business.
So we talked about marijuana.
We did. Okay, sorry.
We have a app on our website if you want to see preliminarily the places that we believe do comply with our code.
How many of the applicants were within the state?
I don't know.
'Cause I know when I walked the line out here to talk to people, some were from California, different places. I'm just wondering if they were within the state, within the city.
I don't know, but I did want to give Pete and also Wyatt, our finance director, some support for the process of marijuana and carry as well. It was a lot of work going through what this process looks like and how it actually works. We ended up, people lined up Thursday night before the doors opened on Tuesday.
Lord.
And it was
my
icy and snowy.
Oh, yeah.
It was really cold.
Yeah.
And so there was a lot of people that came in on New Year's Eve. At the night, before, there were a lot of people making sure that this went well, and it went well, in my opinion. So I just want to say thank you for that.
You're talking about applicants came in or staff came in?
Staff came in.
Okay.
Staff came in multiple times to make sure that everyone was fine. We ended up shutting down the line and moving to a phone system for a while, and then bringing the line back because of the inclement weather.
Wyatt, they mentioned Wyatt's name many times. Wyatt went out and talked to him the opening night, told him that after it snowed or got really bad,
Well, I literally almost called the police because I came by here that night and some guy was hanging out there in the front, and I said, okay, I'm calling the police.
The mayor was here. I got
Yeah.
I didn't. I stayed away.
So there was a lot of care to make sure that this process worked out well, and I think that it did. The order of people's submittal mattered because we had the 1,000-foot separation, and so we wanted to make sure that we did it in a fair way, and thus the first come, first serve for the business licenses. But it led to challenges such as people standing outside for 5 days in the snow. So the city
But that was their choice.
did a good job reacting
this
to
was,
those.
Instead of Black Friday, this was Green Thursday.
Yes. I ain't seen a line like that since a Minecraft warehouse.
We talked a lot about the efficacy of that line.
You and I didn't
And
understand that mindset.
the bad part is if we changed it, you'd still have a line. Any rule you set up, you'd have a line unless you're going to do it by lottery. And lottery just didn't seem very fair.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, the ordinance went into effect on December 31st, and the first day of business was January 3rd.
Third, right.
And then you had the 1,000-foot separation. So we got the directions.
my preference
ready.
would have been to do it in June. Have people queue up in June.
That would have worked for me.
Yeah.
So what are we going to, so not necessarily related to marijuana, but reiterate for me again, what is our policy about banners? Because I still see them around town, and I really would like them to go away because I thought we didn't allow them.
We
And
do
how
allow
long-
them.
And how long can you have a grand opening when you've been open for 6 months?
So we're content neutral. So pretending like there's a piece of butcher paper all over every sign, we're just looking at size, placement, location, material, that kind of thing. Our current code does allow banners. They have to be permitted, and you can get 2 permits every year for up to 30 days per time. So
It's been there longer than
we
30 days.
track them. There's permits, and if they exceed that permit, it's got to go through code enforcement. So please go through OC request or call up code enforcement and identify those banners. There's also some other requirements that they have to fit within some square footage, and
So
that
what about the business there next to the glass shop on Malala Avenue that's had a banner up now since before Christmas, letting you know that a cannabis shop is going to open up soon?
You can't smell it. You can't see it.
so we would regulate it.
No,
like,
I'm just saying, regardless of what I said about what it says, there is a banner there. There's not a business there.
Doesn't mean they can't have a permit for the banner.
I doubt that they do, but I'll check.
I can forward to our code enforcement department that concern.
Banner's as high as they can get it.
Literally.
Literally.
All right, and that's it for my communications.
I know somebody else in Malala there's a banner up
Well,
too, and I'd like to see that
I
one
just
go away.
want to say at the beginning of this new year that the work that Carrie and planning and everybody has done the last year was phenomenal. Some of the stuff that we had to slug through, and thank you for not beating us up and thank you for letting us beat you up a little bit, but, you know, you've done, I mean.
Yeoman's work.
Yeah,
Carrie, too.
it's, well, yeah, I said Carrie. And
said
it's
Carrie.
been,
Sorry.
you've done nothing but get better and better and better for what my needs are, and thank you very much for that, and I look forward to this next year, so thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for letting us thank you for letting me ask copious questions, because it's like Carrie answered my question tonight when I came in. I had a question about something, and it was just like, I read it 3 times, and it still didn't make any sense to me, and I said, okay, I need to just put it away, because obviously it's not working. I can't understand what this person is trying to tell me.
Didn't have enough specificity for you?
It did not.
Hey, wait a minute. You did it. You did it.
It lacked specificity, in my opinion.
I got
yeah.
my
Yeah,
Not only that, you ducked out.
I do want you to know that when I
Mark
went
up plenty.
when I went to the city commission with Charles to talk about the work that we've done over the last year, I was very diligent in commenting and complimenting the staff in front of the city commission, so they knew that we knew that they had done a great job. So don't watch it at home, but I do want you to know I said that.
You two guys did a great job, and I'd like to see more of that. I really would, to see the chair and vice chair or whoever appear before the commission. That link of communication, boy, I could see the electricity there. I saw the commission appreciate that.
Well, Charles and I practiced.
Yeah, did you? Well, you did a good job.
We had a little tete-a-tete, and we talked about who was going to say what and how we were going to do it.
Well, that's okay.
Yeah.
I'd like to throw out one more. What is it? Kudo.
Kudo.
Okay, to my friend down there in the green jacket.
The shirt?
Your comment at the alternative mobility launching the other night. You're the only one that made a practical improvement suggestion on 213, and that was that right-hand turn getting on to 213 headed north and extend that so people could speed up. And the minute they, I could see the ears just go up and the attention. That was a practical improvement that made sense, and they could get their head around it.
Yeah, he is
And
awesome.
you know, we were sitting there just spinning our wheels about this and that and the other thing, and this young fellow just all of a sudden interjected with grace and style, you know, as he usually does, and all of a sudden we got a 1,200-foot speed-up lane that would really relieve a lot of congestion there at that point. And I just hope that, you know, they follow through on that, and it's inexpensive, you know, in terms of the total cost and what have you. I appreciate that, Damon.
Well, I did try to go on your behalf while you were gone, but they canceled it.
Yep.
And then
As my plans came to
yes,
fruition.
yes. And then staff decided to schedule them on the same night that we have the McLaughlin neighborhood meeting,
Again,
which
my
of course
plans came to fruition, so I didn't.
I can't go. I do want to attend as a peanut gallery member, but I just got the next notice, and it's February 2nd, which is McLaughlin neighborhood.
How do we address you from here on, Madam Chairman?
Oh, please don't say that.
Okay,
that
what
just
do
sounds
you,
like
what,
I own a brothel or something. Good Lord, Missy.
And that's a non-conforming use. No matter how close you are to the McLaughlin house.
It was used, if you think, a house of negotiable
virtue.
Yes, yes. We have some.
Chair McGriff.
We have some documentation.
Chair McGriff, is that okay?
Just for you, just say Denise. Good
Denise.
Lord, yes.
All right,
I don't
Denise.
stand
All
on
right.
the formality.
All right, gotcha.
So we're adjourned?
I do have one question. How? I don't know if there's a way to prevent this, but I really get a little bee under my bonnet when we get applicants up here who particularly try to tell us what our job is. I don't appreciate that. And it's particularly from people from the legal profession, but we had one tonight. We've had them in the past. And I appreciate their testimony, but then when they start telling, you know, and your job is...
Yeah, that's not part of your purview.
Yes, please don't tell us.
Well, that's our legal attorney to set them straight, is it not?
They can testify what they want to testify.
Sure, they can say whatever they want to say.
Guide us how they want to, but might want to
I think
whisper
that
to them that
if you all have, if you all have sort of suggestions for how people should testify or what is irritating, then
Please don't
you
tell us
oughta-
what to do.
you ought to voice those concerns.
No, I
because
don't-
we
I don't
have
mean
we
it that
have
way.
the same frequent flyers.
Yes.
And I think that we're turning over a new leaf at the Planning Commission in terms of leadership. So if there are things that you don't like, let people know.
Well, I won't say that it's from the usual suspects. It's usually from people who
No, there's one usual suspect.
who are not
Very
from this community.
keenly says.
And I remember several years ago, this same person lectured us for about 10 minutes on about what we needed to do and what the Constitution was, and I thought, okay, buddy, I just turned you right off. Sorry.
Well, but see, now you're the chair, so you can go, your testimony time's up, thank you.
I'm
Next.
going to rely on
And then
staff
they'll
to
be
help
right
me
in the
with
middle.
that. I do have a timer on my.
Yeah, what happened to the little thingy?
If you would like to use it every time, we can. I mean, it's up to your discretion.
It basically is, if it's an extra hassle for you guys, I don't want to add any more work to your setup.
Yeah. Well, it was nice. Charles had his timer, and it would go beep beep. And then,
Yeah, I have one. Matter of fact, did you hear my watch go off during the meeting? It was beeping on.
That was your heart rate.
No, that was it was the timer. I'd set it. But I will, the problem is the one I have on my phone, when it goes off, it goes,
That's exactly what's necessary.
You think the is necessary? Okay, well, I will start using it. I had it up here because I was looking at the calendar when you were mentioning dates. I was trying to make sure I knew when those dates were. When you said the 13th, I didn't have it in my mind of when the 13th was, so I just had to look at it. Okay, but I will use the timer.
All
right.
Can we adjourn?
Thank you for everything for this past year, as I said at City Commission. And I have, matter of fact, the person that I talk to the most on the commission probably is Brian, and I'm always telling him about the work that you guys do. And Pete, I have to hand it to you. I did talk to my friend Kate, and she told me you had quite the conversation from Lincoln City.
Oh,
The planner
yeah.
there who's
Yeah,
already
she
dealing with the
went to
marijuana
England.
thing.
Yeah.
And she said that she really enjoyed talking with you. And I said, thank you for letting me give him your number.
Yeah.
So.
I have a series of questions here.
Good. Okay.
Let's go.
Let's adjourn to the
Who won the game?
to the alternative location. Back when I was staff, they used to always go over to Hal's, although I would not go.
That's where the
How's bookstores?
No.
Okay.
Weeks.